I'll now call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. It is Tuesday, October 12th. I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I make a motion the board enter closed session to prevent the disclosure of confidential information pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11, A1, A5, and A6, General Statute 115C-319, and General Statute 132-1.4, and to consult with the board attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3, including a discussion of J.M. Thompson Company versus Moore County Board of Education, Moore County Superior Court File, number 21 CVS 1051 and 21 CVS 1052.
Second.
The motion has been made by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Mr. Dennison. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion carries 7-0. We will now go into closed session with the intention of returning by 6:30 p.m. for open session. Thank you. And we have all members of the board here with us this evening. Before we begin with an approval of the agenda, I'd like to say just a few words about the health and safety protocols and rules of order and decorum that we have in effect this evening. This is a business meeting, and words or conduct that interrupt, disturb, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting are out of order. Shouting, threats, and acts of violence are strictly prohibited, as are disorderly conduct and other violations of the law. These rules and some additional ones are posted in the hallways, and hard copies are available on the table by the door. We do have a mask rule in effect for this meeting. We ask that all attendees, including speakers, properly wear masks throughout the evening. I will do my best to issue warnings if I see or hear any violation of rules of order and decorum. Serious or repeated violations may result in a person or group being directed to leave the meeting. To that end, law enforcement officers are also on hand to help ensure the safety of every person in this room. And I ask that you follow their guidance and obey their directives. I also ask for our officers' assistance in drawing my attention to anyone who refuses to comply with any of our stated rules. In many school districts across North Carolina, indeed across the country, attempts are regularly being made to disrupt the actual business of local school boards. I trust that the people of Moore County are much more interested in the continuing goals and efforts of our school system rather than the political maneuverings of outside groups. Please join with me and accept responsibility for your own behavior, such that this meeting can proceed in an orderly manner without incident. Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda as presented.
So move.
Second.
The motion has been moved by Mr. Dennison, seconded by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor?
I believe Mr. Hensley wants to amend the agenda.
Oh, I'm good.
You're good? All right. I apologize.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, the motion carries 7-0. At this time, we have a student with us from Robbins by video. We have Mr. Gary Adkins, a second grade student.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And a thank you to Mr. Atkins there. Very well done. Our inspiration tonight comes from Valeria Benavides Romero, who is a fifth grade student at Robbins Elementary.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valeria, and today I'm going to tell a little about myself and what inspires me. My life revolves around my family and some friends with whom I share most every day, and perhaps that is I consider them special people in my life. They help, support, and advise me in life. I am a good girl, but in general, they are my inspiration, and it is for that reason and other things I love them, and I know that they love me too. Within my family, dad, mom, grandparents, uncles, and others, there are two people that I love very much and who are very special to me because they inspire me in my day-to-day. They are my mom and my dad. My dad always invites me to exercise. We like to play tennis together and do exercise routines or go for a walk. On the other hand, there is my mom, always giving me advice for everything: to be a good student, daughter, partner, to read, to write my ideas, to do the best in everything I do. To smile instead of making faces. In short, she always wants what is best for me, although sometimes I don't see it that way. My mom inspires me to dream and to fight for my dreams. I believe that don't matter how old you are or how big is your dream, if you really want something, one day you will be able to follow it. For sure. For now, we're here in the United States living a dream for my mothers, and I'm really happy for her and for everyone. Otherwise, I will be not here. I will be in Colombia. I want you to dream and do everything possible to turn your dreams into reality. Thank you for your time. Hola, mi nombre es Valeria y hoy les voy a contar un poco sobre mi vida y las personas que me inspiran. Mi vida gira en torno a mi familia y algunos amigos con los que comparto casi todos los días, y tal vez sea por eso que los considero personas especiales en mi vida. Ellos me ayudan y me apoyan en lo que me propongo, así como también me aconsejan para que yo sea una buena niña, y en general son mi inspiración. Por eso y otras cosas les quiero y sé que ellos a mí. Dentro de mi familia, papá, mamá, abuelos, tíos y demás, hay dos personas que yo quiero mucho y que son muy especiales para mí porque me inspiran en mi día a día. Ellos son mi mamá y mi papá. Mi papá siempre me invita a hacer ejercicio. Nos gusta jugar tenis juntos y hacemos rutinas de ejercicio juntos o salimos a caminar. Por otro lado está mi mamá, siempre dando consejos para todo. Para ser buena estudiante, hija, compañera, que lea, que escriba mis ideas. Que dé siempre lo mejor de mí en todo lo que hago. Que sonría en lugar de hacer caras, en fin. Siempre quiere lo mejor para mí, aunque a veces no lo ve así. Mi mamá me inspira a soñar y a luchar por mis sueños. Yo creo que no importa cuántos años tengas ni cuán grande sea tu sueño. Si realmente quieres algo, un día lo vas a poder cumplir, de seguro que sí. Por ahora estamos aquí en Estados Unidos, viviendo un sueño de mi mamá, y estoy realmente feliz por ella y por todos. De otra manera no estaría aquí, así que yo les quería invitar a soñar y hacer todo lo posible para convertir estos sueños en realidad. Gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much to both our students, Aaron Robbins. That's most impressive, being bilingual in such a fashion. I now defer to Ms. Thompson to lead us in a moment of silence.
If everyone would join me at this time for a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to recognitions. We have a fair crowd here for recognitions tonight. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? We good? If Benjamin Mandel, is that correct? Benjamin Mandel can join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front, please. Ben Mandel from Southern Middle School is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff honoree. Mr. Mandel is the academically and intellectually gifted teacher at Southern Middle. In addition to co-teaching in classrooms, he is also the school's lead mentor, providing professional development and support to all beginning teachers. Over the past year, Mr. Mandel has gone above and beyond his teaching duties, providing support for quarantine teachers, helping new staff get acquainted with Canvas and PowerSchool, making sure all students understand Canvas assignments, and doing anything he can to make the school day run smoother. In addition, Mr. Mandel greets all car riders with a smile, which we can't see today, but I'm sure is there, as he welcomes our students to school. The staff at Southern Middle appreciates his giving nature. He is always ready and willing to offer a helping hand with anything that is needed. Mr. Mandel helps make Southern Middle a great place to grow and learn. Would members of the Mandel family and Principal Cooper please stand and be recognized? Let's all recognize Mr. Mandel.
Thank you very much.
very much. If Shannon Duckworth would please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front, please. And she's obviously from Cranes Creek Middle School. So Shannon Duckworth is, as identified by her shirt from Cranes Creek Middle School, is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed support staff honoree. Last year, Ms. Duckworth began working as the media tech assistant at Cranes Creek. She made an instant impact, doing everything she could to make sure things run smoothly. Her ability to adapt to any situation and keep people calm with her great sense of humor makes her a great teammate. Are you up there telling jokes? You already got the chair. This year, technology needs increased as our school grew with around 200 new students. Ms. Duckworth ensured Chromebooks were issued to all students and replacements were given to students with outdated devices. Just to be correct, she was replacing outdated devices with new devices. She has gone above and beyond to ensure students have everything they need to be successful and has been instrumental in resolving technology issues as they arise. We are so thankful for Ms. Duckworth's efforts as students are able to achieve their best every day at Cranes Creek Middle School. Would members of the Duckworth family and Principal Jones please stand and be recognized? And let's give a big congratulations to Ms. Duckworth.
Congratulations.
The conversation up front is always interesting because they're all nervous in here, so it's a diversion.
Damian Langjan, is that correct? Langjan? Damian Langjan, please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front. Damian Langjan from the Community Learning Center at Pinckney is this month's Engage, Inspire, and Succeed student honoree. Damian is a 10th grade student at Community Learning Center where he's made the choice to turn adversities into victories. That's always a good trait. He has made the most of the opportunities the Community Learning Center provides by improving in all areas to include academics and behavior. He has significantly improved his attendance, grades, and decision-making skills. Damian is humble and kind. He strives to achieve his goal of graduating high school in 2024 and there's an election in 2024, by the way, and becoming a mechanic. He is respectful to all of his teachers and is an inspiration to his peers. Damian exemplifies what it means to grow and overcome personal challenges. He keeps his eye on the future, and we are proud to have him as a student at our Community Learning Center. Would members of the Langjan family and Principal Wilson please stand and be recognized?
Come on, Damian, come on. Congratulations.
Congratulations, young man. Or make a recommendation to change the name of Pinckney. I don't know what it stands for. It's named after somebody. I know, but something more relevant.
Okay, if Luke O'Donnell would please join Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson at the front, please. Luke O'Donnell from Union Pines High School was September's Engage, Inspire, and Succeed student honoree. Luke is a highly accomplished student of academics, athletics, and involved in the community. Throughout his high school career, Luke has challenged himself academically by taking the most demanding honors, advanced placement, and community college courses. Luke is a second-ranked student by GPA at Union Pines High School. He's obtained many accolades throughout his high school career, including Junior Marshall, National Honor Society, 3A Tri-Country, Tri-County Player of the Year, and Most Valuable Player for the men's varsity tennis team. Luke is very involved in the community and has volunteered with the Empty Stocking Fund, providing gifts to the less fortunate. The LEO Club, is that Law Enforcement Officer Club? Leo Club.
Leo.
Okay, thank you. So the Leo Club, didn't recognize the acronym, volunteering with Special Olympics and nursing home collections. And student to student, welcoming new students and families to Union Pines. Would members of the O'Donnell family and Principal McCormick please stand and be recognized alongside Mr. O'Donnell? Thank you.
Congratulations, Luke.
Congratulations, young man.
This concludes this month's Engage, Inspire, and Succeed recognitions. Thank you.
I'll be there. Congratulations. Thank you.
We'll pause just a moment to let folks leave.
I would invite the individuals that are going to be making the next presentation to go ahead and get in position. Dr. Locklear, who will be making that program highlight. So Ms. Gephardt, if you would come forward, and we'll be ready when the chair is ready. Yeah. Yeah.
Hold up just a minute.
Want some hand lotion?
Yeah. For those who might be watching the live stream, we're taking a moment to fill in some empty seats. It will be just a moment longer before we restart.
you're eating an apple.
A cough drop, a cough drop.
I thought maybe you were gonna dance or something, give us something, yeah.
I could do that.
I think we are at capacity, so we'll move on with our program highlight tonight. Ms. Gephardt has been waiting patiently, smiling at us behind the mask.
Better believe it. Good evening, Madam
Please
Chair,
proceed.
Dr. Grimacy, members of the board. Elizabeth and I are here today to present with you a very special, close to our heart, of the professional learning that happens within Moore County Schools. We are so proud of the work that all of our departments do, technology, EC, CTE, curriculum and instruction, to support our teachers. It is critical support that we provide, and just to show you the extent, last school year from September of 2020 to May of 2021, all of those departments provided 228 professional learning sessions for our teachers. So we're super excited about all that we have been able to provide and support our teachers. our teacher assistants, our principals, and our assistant principals. I'm going to, though, highlight sort of some of the stuff that we've started this school year and are very excited about as we move forward. We started off in August with leadership and a meeting of leadership pulling together to talk about the Moore County School non-negotiables, really talking about impactful, engaging instructional practices for our students. We had school improvement. We've had sessions on developing quality school improvement plans and to work those plans and make sure that they are on the forefront of what we do. We had Exceptional Children's present about how we can better support our students with disabilities. We had data conversations with moving forward where we were and where we're going, and rebounding really to the next normal. In addition to the leadership, we also had one of my favorite events was the beginning teacher induction. We had about 90 teachers who attend 3 days of providing support for them. These are teachers that are new to the county as well as new to the profession. So during this 3-day, the beginning teachers got to work together. We provided them with what do professional learning teams look like? What's the structure? So that when they got into the schools, they knew that they were going to be very supported, and that's how we want our new teachers to feel. We also helped them with our instructional frameworks. What does instruction for Moore County schools look like? We also took deep dives into the Moore County school curriculum with them so that they were able to really see as they walked out into begin the school year in August that they had lots of support documents. In addition, they were also had workshops with our EL, our gifted instructor, as well as students with disability to really make sure that they understood the learners and how to support all students. We also wanted to make sure that they had experience with Power School, which was something that they would be diving into as they began their careers with keep attendance and grades and all those things. So the beginning teacher really was a powerful, wonderful experience. On August 19th, the district was very fortunate that we had a district professional development day. The district professional development day allowed groups to come together and work together collaboratively. Our CTE teachers worked with Amanda Dixon and worked with their blueprints and understanding best practices within the CTE classrooms. Our EC teachers were at Sandhills that day and were working on specific things that were related to how we continue to support students with disabilities. PE teachers also had, our K-5 PE teachers got together with First Tee, so we were super excited that we're back in collaboration with First Tee, and they had PD for us that morning. And then that afternoon, all K-12 PE teachers got together and worked together with adaptive PE of how to support all of our learners and make sure that they have strong physical education opportunities. We also had on that day, and this has been an ongoing training of CPI, which is the crisis prevention intervention. So this is where we are looking at how we de-escalate and make sure that we are keeping our kids in a good place for learning. So this professional development day was a really fun kickoff and moved us forward into what Elizabeth's going to talk to you about, which is one of my favorite days, which is the Moore Learning Conference.
Yeah, so this teachers had a multiple options from 58 sessions for August 20th at a Moore Learning Conference. They had the option to attend PD of their choice. These sessions included options of 1 to 2 and 3 hour sessions. Some were also full day sessions, and the conference included content and instructional practices to help support kicking off the new school year. We also provided our educators with an opportunity to collaborate as well. The courses that were offered were a range of topics and refresher courses for all content, supporting the continued development and understanding around the instructional frameworks. One of the sessions that were offered was the legislated mandated K-3 assessment, M-Class. Teachers were provided training on M-Class along with being informed on new updates. This, as well as others, were provided as an option of session times. And there's a variety of session times that were offered with M-Class as well to accommodate all teachers and provide flexibility, so they were able to balance time working in their classrooms as well. Topics of all contents were from a variety of qualified educators and leaders were offered. We offered a iReady course focused on how to use data-based strategies to support the teachers and the learners. Science courses took a deep dive into science inquiry-based investigative practices for a more engaging and hands-on learning. Once again, at the More Learning Conference, 58 professional development options were offered, in which 264 teachers and teacher assistants attended one or more sessions. The sessions were offered for and by all departments. The teacher assistant sessions engaged our teachers with reading and math small group instructional practices. CTE had sessions on the quality of professional learning teams to support and promote learning. Each session also focused on the instructional framework structure, focused on the subject matter, and a department leading sessions. Now on the screen are some examples of our math sessions supporting teachers with structure and discussing the non-negotiables for the county. Technology sessions were offered to teachers as well. These technology sessions gave teachers digital learning credits. These were offered to promote continuity for future licensure renewal for our educators. For example, some of the sessions that were offered include a focus on how to support learning and instruction using the Canvas platform, and Seesaw were offered as an option to teachers as well. We also had training on PowerSchool usage, along with basic Excel spreadsheet support. This conference was a collaborative effort from across the county, in which we're also able to provide administrative sessions for principals, and we're very appreciative to those administrators who were able to attend. Those who attended sessions had the option to complete a survey providing feedback on takeaways that impacted them from their experience from the conference. Teachers gave feedback that they felt support to gain a strong start to the school year, Teacher assistants raved about how supportive the lesson plan support sessions were and how they look forward to the strong impact on instruction. We also received feedback that the Edpuzzle technology session helped provide quality instruction, and they were also happy to see that iReady had readily available strategies and data to support instruction. Moving forward with professional development, monthly we provide professional development for principals. These are named our leading and learning meetings. In these sessions, we focus on the instruction of core content and the collaboration of data-driven practices. Not only do we support our principals, but we also support our assistant principals with quarterly meetings. We support them with an instructional support core and content PD, and we support our teachers as well to build their skills with core content PD. These professional developments allow us to continue to build skill, collaborate, and make sure that data is focused as we move forward to focus on students and learning.
And just to wrap up, More Learning does not stop with the summer. We are so excited with the ongoing continued learning of professional learning. We have had multiple schools who have had sessions with their teacher assistants, and those, Elizabeth and I have gotten to attend several of those, and the excitement of our teacher assistants, of the great strategies that they can use with their small groups in their classrooms. We've also have ongoing PD with all of our subject areas and grade levels coming up. So we're super excited about the professional learning and the continued learning to support our teachers. So we thank you, and this has just been, the learning that is going on is very impressive. Our teachers are embracing and are wonderful to come out and support and build their pedagogy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions for our ladies?
I actually have a comment.
A comment?
And I encourage board members, if you do get the chance next year, to go ahead and sit in on one. I did it not this year because of COVID reasons, but last year, or the year, maybe it was the year before because of COVID as well. I got to sit in on the new, well, at the time it was the math that we were implementing in elementary. And I tell you what, the teachers bounce off of each other as well. So, I mean, there is dialogue, and it's just, it was a wonderful, great thing to see, because you don't get that. When you're teaching in your classroom, it's more, you know, you're focused on you, but you're getting teachers now from other schools that are coming in, and they're bouncing off their ideas and what works, what didn't work. And it's always been a great thing for teachers in that realm of whoever's teaching that course to get together and just learn from each other. So I think that's huge too. We can't forget that. So I want to, you know, compliment you on doing this every year, and it's huge. I mean, there was a lot of courses the time that I went that I couldn't choose and pick. Like, I wanted to go to everything, but I couldn't. So I thank you for that.
Other comments or questions? I know I've sat on both sides of the desk. I've instructed in one of these, and I have attended as a teacher, and most valuable. On behalf of our teachers, I'd also like to put out there that we still could use substitute teachers within our schools. Our teachers are working extra diligently, and teachers don't like to take off. It's a lot harder to be out of the classroom than in it. And so if you know a substitute teacher out there, someone that would like to begin to work with our schools, there's plenty of options. Bus drivers as well, but especially for our teachers. Well, thank you for providing them with these options. All right, we'll now move to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
So moved. Second.
A motion by Mr. Levy, second by Mr. Dennison. All in favor?
Aye.
And the consent agenda is approved 7-0. We now move to our public address to the board. Ms. Thompson.
Madam Chair, we do have several participants this afternoon signed up for a public address. And I would just like to provide some comment instructions to all of you who have signed up this evening. The board certainly appreciates the public sharing its views, concerns, and commendations to the board members, and we will listen carefully. The purpose of public address is for the board to hear from members of our public community. By board policy, we will not respond to speakers during the meeting. Matters of concern will be referred to board committee, administration, or held over for further discussion at a subsequent meeting. There are two ways that our speakers have signed up this evening to speak. One is obviously in public, and the other is that we have several speakers that will be speaking via telephone this evening. Time is limited to 3 minutes per individual speaker. No yielding of time to other speakers, and no extra time for those speaking on behalf of groups. A clock, as you see in front of you, will be displayed and will begin to count down once you come up and state your name. The speaker is expected to stop when the countdown is complete. If the speaker has some printed information to share with board members, we ask that you hand those items to our executive assistant, to my right, assistant to superintendent and board of education, Sonia Potter, and she will be responsible for distribution of those items to board members. So we will get started, and I will call the first few names, and I certainly want to apologize up front if I mispronounce anyone's name. It is definitely not my intent to do so. We have Tessie Taylor, Catherine Chow, Dorothy Brower, and Mr. Gar. If you would begin to make your way to the podium in order, please. And as you come to the podium, please begin by stating your name.
My name is Tessie Taylor. Greetings, Moore County Board of Education for our public schools. Let me first say thank you to the members who continue to uphold the commitment you made to parents, children, teachers, administrators, and staff to give your best to assure that the combined goal to improve every aspect of governance to take us to an enviable level of operation on every level. Your task has been cumbersome, uncomfortable, and at times untenable by those whose objectives are to dismantle what we've conscientiously built over the years. We all deserve better. Tonight marks the beginning, as does every new day, of a real opportunity to begin to right a ship that has been battered by an unforeseen storm. What happens here tonight will chart the course of education and so many other things in our community. Our growth is beyond what any of us could have imagined a few years ago, almost overnight. We desperately need our school system to grow with focus and surety with the exponential growth of the community. We ask that you who see the vision and understand the potential of its success to vote accordingly on all things relevant. As difficult as it may be, turn out the noise of the empty wagons and circle the prize. Together, let's continue to support each other in ways that make the legacy of our work be as positive in the annals of time as those who've come before us, so that generations to come will appreciate the value of what we have done on their behalf. There is more work to be done. Let's get to it together.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Catherine Chow. To the Board of Education, you are elected to serve the students, all students, regardless of sex, race, socioeconomic status, or family circumstances. Please remember, it's every student in Moore County Schools. We appreciate the ability to keep our families safe while our children are in Connect Virtual Academy. So thank you for giving us the ability to keep our children safe depending on the needs of our own families. To teachers, thank you for keeping our kids healthy. Our students depend on your strength and encouragement. Our children learn synergy from you, and we are truly grateful for everything that you have done for them, everything that you have taught them, everything that you have sacrificed for them. We're making the best of the current situation because it's in our community's best interest to do so. Thank you for doing that. There is so much good happening in our schools, and we have you to thank for that. Thank you. We are stronger together. Please learn to cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Brower.
Good evening, board members. I am Dorothy Brower, a member of the West Southern Pines community, a proud 1969 graduate of West Southern Pines High School. As you know, that was the year that the schools in the southern part of the county, including West End High School, closed, and Pinecrest opened the following fall as a consolidated high school. At West Southern Pines, we had the advantage of having a community school, one that promoted culture, education, history, manners, and also on the side we learned to waltz, do the tango. So it was a comprehensive high school where folks in my graduating class knew upon graduation, even before graduation, where we would be in September. Our teachers, our parents, our counselor made sure that we were guided beyond high school and guided in positive direction. We have the opportunity to match what we had again, but what we will be able to do is to provide that same kind of environment for families, for children, and for the masses. We will be able to reach beyond the community and provide education, training, from preschool to technical training to entrepreneurship and to whatever is needed to enhance the lives of families. And I mean families throughout the county. For example, if you see someone in our neighborhood with straw on the back of their pickup truck. It's not something that they like to do. It's something they have to do to provide for family. If you see them with metal on the back of a truck or in a wheelbarrow, that's not something they like to do. We need to provide more training for our community. And I know Sand Hills has it, but sometimes people can't even get to Sand Hills, but they can get to the corner of Carlisle and New York. I applaud the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust and the support they've gotten, not just locally, but statewide and nationally for this effort. And I hope you can also see the vision for this land, the entire 17 acres. Thank you.
As Ms. DeGar comes, I would like to call Sharilla Horton, Oliver Hines, Eddie Utley, Rolly Sampson, and Gloria McNeil, if you would make your way, please. Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Dr. Grimacy, Chairwoman Carter, and the rest of the board and associates. As you know, my name is Ariadne DeGar, daughter of Europa Gay, class of 1961, West Southern Pines High School. I will step aside so that you can look at the yellow jacket. Granddaughter of the late, great Thaddeus W. Gay Sr., class of 1939 and 1940. So he graduated once when it went through 11th grade, and then they decided they were going to add a 12th grade. He came back and finished. This is the stock that I come from. We come back and we finish. So I am here to ask the board to consider all of the great things that could happen, not just for West Southern Pines, but for Southern Pines as a whole and for all of Moore County. I ask you to remain strong in your vote of support for the Land Trust. I know that there were several members who voted against and are discussing leaving money on the table. Well, I ask you to consider this type of money. In 2016, they said that cultural tourism was on the rise. In 2018, I want to say, it then became heritage tourism, and I believe the number was $178 billion. I was going to tell you the numbers for North Carolina, but sadly, I was a Girl Scout and did not stick to the Girl Scout creed of always be prepared. I forgot that my phone is basically a block in this building. But I can tell you that cities such as Greensboro, Winston-Salem, and yes, they are larger cities, have things such as the Black Theater Festival. And if you care to look up the numbers dollar-wise on what they bring in every single year, my mother comes down, her friends come down, people that are not from North Carolina, didn't go to school in North Carolina, come down for this specific festival. It brings in theater programs from all over the world. It brings in theater programs from colleges. We could have that here. What they have built at Sand Hills Community College is amazing. You know, the center is amazing. It is. But we could also have that here. There's nothing saying that there can only be one. Millions of people go to the Guggenheim in New York every single year to learn about Jewish culture and history. We could have that. So by not supporting it, you would be leaving all of those dollars on the table. We could have more than just golf tourism. So I ask you to please remain strong and support us in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Horton.
Good evening. I am Sharilla Horton. I will start off with facts because that is all that matters here. There are currently over 75,000 white non-Hispanic residents and 12,000 black residents in Moore County. The Census Bureau reflects that over 7,000 white non-Hispanic residents and over 3,000 black residents are living in poverty in Moore County. However, some of our Board of Education members have produced data that reflects a misleading representation of this information to deflect from a nationally failing education system that has neglected the education of black, brown, and special needs children in this country and this county. Members of this board then requested a change to the curriculum based on this misleading data to address the African American problem of poverty in single-parent homes in Moore County, not to identify the educational gap or the multiple children that are graduating without basic comprehension or the knowledge to excel at a college level, or to address the underlying prejudice structure of education and business in this county, or to address the denial of the critical race theory that would change the narrative of blacks as inferior and entering history as slaves rather than the kings and queens our ancestors were, which is very important, by the way, or even to address the ongoing lack of investment into the black and brown community that will impact the misleading but informative data that was shared for all 10,000 residents reported by the Census Bureau as living in poverty. No, they want to address single-parent households to support a narrative that just does not exist in our county, that African American households are leading in single-parent homes living in poverty, and that is why black students are failing academically. If we are going to address poverty, single-parent households, and how it impacts the educational tract of children, we must look at the well-planned, strategic goal of the Land Trust and support the investment into the community with open minds and open hearts. There are so many other plots of land and buildings for sale that do not hold the same prestige as the Southern Pines Primary School does hold for the West Southern Pines community. But we all benefit from this purchase. But most importantly, we can get some of these single parents living in poverty some business loans, great paying jobs, and essential training. Vote yes to selling all 17 acres of the Southern Pines Primary School to the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver Hines.
I'd like to say good evening to everyone. My name is Oliver Hines. I live at 635 West Michigan Avenue, Southern Pines, North Carolina. Just a few things I just want to say to the community up here tonight. We've had a very prosperous community. I've worked in that community all my life for different reasons, for different people. Color was never a factor in the things that I did run in the community. I also grew up in West Southern Pines, walked from Connecticut Avenue to West Southern Pines School. Grew up there, had a good life, still having a good life. It's time now for our younger people to have a good life. It's time for us to shine a light on that. We can make all kinds of decisions that we can make and not understand what's going on really in the real world. Because there's so many people right now that's just closed off from seeing where we've come from in our community. We've come a long way. Our parents struggled, but we made it. It's amazing. This month I'll be 69 years old. And it's hurtful to think that we're still where our parents were when we were 1 year old. It's very hurtful. We have not moved forward at all. And I'm really, really, really surprised at Moore County for being the way that it's shaped up. Moore County is very disappointing to a lot of people. Everybody's looking at one thing and it's money. The interest was different when we were coming up. The interest was each other, people. We shaped Moore County to be for us. We're asking for something to move our community forward. We've never asked for a lot anyway, because you didn't see a lot of us sitting around in here. But now is the time to pay attention to what is not happening, what is not taking place, what has not been fair for the work that we put in as well as everybody else. So I ask you all, if you would please, think about this. Think about who's coming behind us. And we can mess it up real well for them. And we won't be able to do nothing but sit up and look out the window and see what's going on. So if you would, think about our community. help us move our community forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Utley? Pass, okay.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Gloria McNeil, and I'm a local preacher at Trinity Amy Zion Church, where the pastor is Dr. Paul Murphy.
Could you put your mask back on, please?
Oh.
Yeah.
And I came across a plate from the church, and on the plate it said that Trinity building was put up in 1923, and it was by the members of the community on the West Southern Pines, and they collected $2,500. So in 1924, the same group of people came together, raised this money, and it was on the prayers of these people for this school. And I thank God for that. And I thank God for the prayers which will cover that. And I pray that you will see fit to sell the property back to the Land Housing and Trust. And I wore this shirt today, and I cut it up because it says, there's power in unity. And that's what West Southern Pines did all this time. They came together in unity to raise this money. Can you imagine making 50 cents a week, and then you raise this $2,500 to build a church, and then a couple of blocks down to build a school? I want to leave you with this. The richer we have become materially, the poorer we become morally and spiritually. We have learned to fly in the air like birds and sing in the sea like fish, but we have not learned the simple art of living together as brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Please, please, thank you. Rolly Sampson.
My name is Rolly Sampson. I've been a parent, a volunteer, teacher, and now a counselor with Moore County Schools. I've been active in K-12 education issues since 2008. I also believe in school choice, as long as it's not done at the expense of our public schools. In addition to Moore County Schools, my children have attended a local private and a charter school. In the past week, there's been a lot of discussion on social media from community and board members about how to improve academic outcomes for students. Yet none of the comments have addressed specific interventions with proven results, nor the costs associated with them. Personally, I would embrace seeing the flexibility given to charter schools applied to our public schools, as well as the return of funding that has been systematically cut from public education over the past decade. So if you as a board are truly committed to early intervention in reading and math support for all students, then start advocating for charter school flexibility. That would allow us to do things like return teacher assistants to all elementary classrooms so they can provide early intervention to struggling students. Seek funded class size limitation for all grades, not just K through 2, so teachers have more time to provide one-on-one instruction and classrooms are no longer overcrowded. Advocate for school bus funding to be based on time, not students, allowing us to limit the time students spend on the bus rather than having to fill a bus to capacity. Pay classified staff a livable wage so they don't have to work a second job. Assist with the recruitment of substitute teachers so our teachers don't have to use their planning periods to cover each other's classrooms. Advocate for the return of textbook funding for real books so we don't have to rely on digital copies when we know physical copies are beneficial for learning. Invest in reading and math specialists for each campus so we have dedicated tutoring staff for students who need support beyond the classroom. Advocate for equal per pupil funding across North Carolina so Moore County Schools is no longer below the state average, which requires us to do more with less. And in terms of COVID, show concern for our school staff as they navigate their own battles against COVID while also supporting the students in their classroom. So far this year, we have had 76 staff members infected, including breakthrough cases. We've had staff members hospitalized, infect their own family members. Staff members lose family members to COVID. and staff members like myself who are COVID long haulers, whose bodies will never recover. Yet in spite of all this, our staff members are dedicated to the children within our schools, and every day we risk our own personal health to ensure we meet the needs of each and every student. We need you to remember that you are not only responsible for the students, but also our staff. And if charter schools can thrive with flexibility and keep their students safe while masking and achieve academic excellence, so can we.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Nora Bowman, Ellen Marcus, Ashley Carcino, and Amanda Buman. And again, as you begin, will you please state your name?
Yes, my name is Nora Bowman. I am a long-term resident of West Southern Pines. I attended Southern Pines Primary School as well as my son. I just want to remind people, if they don't recall, 3 years ago today was a cultural arts festival that was held at Southern Pines Primary School. This cultural arts festival was not just for West Southern Pines, it was for all of the communities in the counties that were around West Southern Pines. Within this cultural arts festival, we had different vendors there. We had cultural arts. We had entrepreneurship there. We had different trades there. That was a benefit to West Southern Pines. I think that the Land and Trust would offer that same benefit on a wider scale if it was to become the Cultural Arts Center for West Southern Pines. I also like to remind you that according to HUD and the census tract, West Southern Pines was considered a Tier 1 or Tier 2 community within a Tier 3 community, which was Moore County or Southern Pines. With the Land and Trust being within that Tier 1 or Tier 2 community, I asked, would that help the economic development of West Southern Pines? Absolutely. Absolutely, it would bring the jobs, it would bring the training, it would bring the education that we need to bring that Tier 1 or Tier 2 community into a 3-tier community. As a lot of people stated here today, failing schools are no excuse. Consider what would happen if the Land and Trust owned West Southern Pines School. That would offer a lot of benefit to the people, not only in West Southern Pines, but all of Southern Pines. All of the surrounding communities would benefit from this West Southern Pines Community Center. The question is also asked or talked about the pre-COVID and post-COVID test scores in schools in Moore County, elementary schools and middle schools, as far as the reading level at 50% and the math proficiency also at 50%. Will the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust, the community center, benefit from being in that community and helping with those scores? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what they're offering to the community. Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust is offering a way to train its community as well as surrounding communities to be a better community. So I ask that, with that being said, stop deflecting, focus on academic achievement, help encourage, inspire, and help children succeed. I'm asking you all to agree with the Land and Trust on this vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marcus, Miss Ellen Marcus, I'm sorry, Miss Ellen Marcus.
Hey, y'all. My name is Ellen Marcus, and I had the great opportunity to raise my kids in the Moore County Public School System, and our group of friends were diverse. We had friends that were single parents, friends that were of different races, friends that were different religions, friends that were no religions, friends that had same-sex parents, and we all raised these beautiful kids, and we did it through the system, and they're all going on to do great things, and they are smart and they're capable. And so to reduce a child's well-being to a single parent family cannot have that kind of success is incorrect, because I have friends that have children that have been loved, and we've taken children into our homes, and my friends now that have empty nesters are taking in foster children. So We are invested in this community, but in many ways, we're still newcomers. We've been here a long time, but when you move to a place, you don't move there to change it. You move there to embrace it. And we have a bird in the hand. We have something that makes so much sense. We have a community that's come together that wants to purchase back their heritage that already belongs to them. And they have the money, the cash, ready to step up and offer it. Why not? It makes financial sense. The liability of carrying these buildings and keeping them intact, and you think about it, mowing the grass, everything that needs to be done is coming out of the school's pocket when they are here ready to step up and enrich their community with it. It's a win-win. I'm recovering from a head trauma. I'm like a year into this recovery. And so I get very nervous. So I need just a second. Things get wobbly. You know, when I look up here, I know Stacy's been in the classroom. I know kids have benefited from her as a teacher. And Miss Carter, I'm sorry, I use first names. And, you know, I cannot thank you. So many times he was there encouraging our kids at these programs. At Battle of the Books, my daughter stood up to challenge, you know, and no one else had. And I was thinking, sit down. And he was like cheering her on, you know, and she stood up and she turned out to be right. And so I know that y'all have our children's best interest at heart and that you want to do what is right for our communities. And that is to let our communities take care of themselves and to take advantage of this opportunity. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Ashley? Ms. Carsina, Ashley? Amanda Buman, if you would come on while we're getting Ashley. Amanda? Okay. What about?
Madam Chair, point of order. I was outside between the break, between the closed session and the open session. And while I was outside, a member of the public approached me and said, hey, there's no sign-up sheet out here. And I assumed that once the sign-up sheet was full of the number of people that would fit in this room, that the sign-up sheet was closed, right? So if we're calling people from outside, that doesn't appear to be the case. So could the chair please explain how sign-up happened and how I just want to make sure that it was fairly applied.
Ms. Murphy or Mr. Batchelor, how was the sign-up sheet handled this evening?
I can answer that.
Dr. Metcalf.
Yes, I can answer that question. Yes, we had a full house. We brought it out at the appropriate time at 5:45. Those that were in the room signed up. We then took it outside and signed up all those that wanted to sign up from the outside.
And that was explained to everyone outside?
Yes.
Okay. That is not what was relayed to me while I was out there during the break. So.
And I'm assuming, Dr. Metcalf, we took names up until, I believe it's 6:25.
Names to 6:25, brought the list in and provided it to you.
Okay.
There are other names of people who are outside as well.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I want to make sure everyone understood what the procedures
We made
were.
an announcement and told them that if they waited, we would come out and bring them in when their name got called.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you. Did anyone come in at this point?
Okay. Is that Ash? Okay.
Oh, it's Ashley
Howdy,
Corsino.
howdy. Happy Halloween, guys.
Your name first, please, ma'am.
It's Ashley Corsino, but my friends call me the Wild Wheeling Wonder, and I am public health warrior #1. So I'm here to just share with you my name, Wild Wheeling Wonder. 3 W's stands for, we all know the good PHA, wear, weight, wash. All 3 together keeps the schools open. That maximizes in-person learning, which is a common goal for all of us. I stand with our local healthcare professionals who have given you guys the low death statistic that lets you guys pretend like there's no problem, and there is. I'm going to stand with the healthcare professionals. I'm standing with Sam, the bus driver, to keep masks for now. My next point, sale of the SPPS property. Get it done. Pocket the $680,000 and move on. A true fiscal conservative would.
move on to solution talk. Solution talk looks like, how can we make sure the next school that needs to be replaced is as amazing as the new Pinehurst Elementary that just opened up? How do we get Carthage Elementary to look like that? What happened last time? How do we make it happen? How do we do that now with budget cuts that you guys passed? Okay, the 3 freshman board members over here are stuck in problem talk, and you're making yourselves look like rodeo clowns, okay? So I bought you guys some clown noses, and I'm just going to go ahead and give you guys my PHA for the day. Just remind you, get it done. Y'all ran on let's get it done, right? Get the sale done, okay? And, you know, as far as masking goes, look, my kids don't like wearing shoes. They're basically feral. I got to fight them to get their shoes on every day, but we just go with it because that's the requirement in the schools. Should I just start petitioning that we just do away with that so, you know, my kids can just run into school without their shoes on? I mean, no, that's chaos. Or, you know, it would be my choice to pull my kids out of my school if I just wanted to keep them barefoot all day. Otherwise, you know what? We go maskless at home, we go barefoot at home, but when we're in public, we're going to be doing our best. So, you know, that's about all I can say about it. And I don't know how nobody accused my parents of child abuse when I used to play in the snow in the wintertime, my face covered completely. Sometimes we had snow goggles on because it was cold. You're trying to keep your face from getting frostbite. And I don't know why no one thought to accuse my parents of child abuse because of that. Because that's ridiculous. Stop blaming your kids' depression on masks. You're going to have to get some real help. And by the way, I think it would be really cool if we could use some more funding for mental health services. That's solution talk, not problem talk, okay? So I'm just begging everybody, get it together, do some teamwork, and talk about solutions. Thank you.
Next is Amanda. And then we have Amanda Buman next, and then Pauline Bruno, Vic Allen, Beth Ann Pratt, Marge Swartz. Mr. Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to speak and while we're getting the others, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Vic Allen, and I am the shop teacher and the PE teacher at Calvary Christian School. And first of all, I want to thank the board and thank the public education for enriching our school so much with the students that had to leave your school and come to us. Our school rolls are overflowing right now. You know, there's big talk about the survey that y'all give your students, Panorama. The only survey we give our kids is, do you want to know Jesus? That's the only thing we ask them. You want to know Jesus, because we can introduce you to Jesus, and you can get to know Him, and you can get to know how much Jesus loves you. We don't have to know anything else about those kids. Well, the two things that I noticed when I walked up here tonight was you need a new flag. Your flag is tattered, it's worn. I don't think y'all even look at it. Go out there and look at it. It's faded, it's tattered, and it's worn. That shows me what you think of it. You don't think much of it at all. I'll pay to have it changed tomorrow. Second thing I noticed, if you got cops here with guns and tasers and everything, why do you need that? Why do you need all them cops? I went to school. When you went to school, were there cops with guns and tasers in it? What changed? What has changed from when I went to school till now? I'll tell you what's changed, and there was a big argument about fatherless homes. That's the problem. Is men aren't standing up. Men aren't standing up and taking care and doing what men are supposed to do. And they're not trained or taught in the public education system of what to do. They've been feminized. If men stood up and took charge of their lives in a biblical way, in a biblical family, we wouldn't have the problems we have right now. This 33 seconds, I got it. This rally in Raleigh, it's at Halifax Mall, the 29th of October. We're going to take a stand for our flag, stand for our law enforcement and military, stand up for our First and Second Amendment rights, which we're enjoying tonight. Stand up to true American history, stand up for the unborn, and stand up for the biblical family. I think everybody can agree on that.
Thank you. Ms. Pauline Bruno? Your mask on, Miss Bruno, please. If you
talk with my mask on.
if you would leave your mask on, that's our guidelines. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You know, you were fine with a large venue when David, Philip, and Bob were being criticized. But tonight, we've been shut out there. There's 50 of us sitting out there waiting. I just don't think there's any excuse to be treated like that. How sad that we the people come to you worried sick about our children and you ignore us. How sad that we the people are being manipulated, scorned, and treated like we are the enemy. We elected you to take care of our children and our babies, and you have let us down in the worst possible way. Do you truly believe you are right in issuing this vile panorama in our schools when the parents are asking you, telling you that they don't want it? How do you put your head on the pillow at night? Seriously, how do you live with yourself? Less than 5% of our minority students are reaching the 4 benchmarks. 49% can't read. Doesn't this trouble you? Do you realize the way you are destroying their lives, their futures? I guess you don't, because you are interested in paying $187,000 to pay Panorama for nonsense and indoctrination. This must stop. But those of you on the board who are up for re-election, you better think twice. We, the parents, are watching. We, the parents, are working. You will not be sitting on your thrones in the near future.
Thank you. Beth Ann Pratt? Beth Ann Pratt? Okay, thank you. And then next is Marge. She took. If everyone could just be mindful of conversation, please. Thank you.
Hello, Beth Ann Pratt, and I am here to speak because October is Dyslexia Awareness Month, and this is something that is near and dear to my heart and something that Moore County schools are overlooking. 1 in 5 children and 1 in 5 people have a language barrier. They have a disability, and it's a hidden disability. Most of our children are missed. The stats are staggering. I've emailed them to you all. I don't want to take my time tonight to go over those, but the district is failing our teachers, and the district is failing our students because our children are not broken, but the curriculum is. Our teachers are not given the tools that they need. North Carolina acknowledges in 2017, House Bill 149, requiring Moore County to give screeners for dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. You do not. I have evidence. You do not do that. Early intervention is key. we can prevent our failures. We're looking at our school improvement plan, and we're looking at evidence. Well, the evidence is there's a language barrier. Math is a language, English is a language. We have to be able to be literate. The school is not following MTS according to the law, ESSA, which was adopted in 2015. They switched the language from research-based to evidence-based. And we are not following the evidence. And that's sort of a trend with this board, the legacy members, and Dr. Grimacy. You don't follow evidence. You're following trends and you're following money. And the money you're not supposed to be getting, because according to the law, for you to get money, you have to have a scientific-based or evidence-based, which means that you are applying rigorous, systematic, and objective procedures to obtain reliable, rigorous data analysis for adequate testing, hypotheses, on a consistent basis. You are not doing that. MTSS, you are not implementing correctly. So it's a great in theory, but you're taking money and you're not implementing it. So the multi-tiered systems of support, READ to achieve, all of these other laws, it's a joke. Basically, you know, there's really nothing about inherent bias, because if you read the research, which I'm sure you did, on 90 schools, 90% poverty, 90% minority, and 90% children achieving at the top stay nines. So stop blaming things that are not there. You're the problem, you're the problem, you're the problem, and you're the problem. You're not doing what you need to do. You have covered up things. You're spending time dividing us, and quite frankly, the community is waking up. You are scared.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Speak the truth.
Marge
Oh, and
is next. Marge is next.
are some law books. I don't want to. I know, Stacy, you were intimidated by me, so can I just hand these to you?
You have to hand it to the.
If-
Well, I wanted to give them to Mr. Levy.
Still have to hand it to him.
Okay.
Go ahead and give them to, I'll see them later.
Where do I?
Just give them to the clerk. Yeah. that's
Thank
fine.
you for your time. I appreciate it.
And then Donald Rich is after the next speaker. Donald Rich. Come on,
I have some papers. Can I hand out to you all?
if you'll hand it to
Oh,
I think we may have missed the speaker,
Oh.
Amanda.
Amanda Buman.
she out here? Oh.
She said she could wait till.
Okay, Amanda Buman, if you would come on in, please, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I'm patient.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
My name's Amanda. I live in Southern Pines. My children are very fortunate to go to the pre-K program at McDee's Creek. A matter for a different day, but I think that that is a program that should be implemented in all of our public schools. It's been amazing, and it's affordable, and it's been wonderful. I don't have a lot to say. I'm not going to take up the whole 3 minutes. But I just wanted to say thank you, actually, to the board for implementing and enforcing the mask mandate. My children, you know, pre-K doesn't end at the end of the school year. So they were out with COVID, had COVID 2 times before this mask mandate. Since all the children have come back in and they've been around everybody, they play in the gym, they play on the playgrounds, they haven't had to go home for exposure. And for me, a working mom who works in healthcare, my husband works in a university, we're very grateful for that. So I just want to say thank you, and I think that that hasn't been said enough. I know that not everybody agrees with that, but to me and a lot of moms and dads out there, it's been very beneficial to have our children in the school. And I heard somebody say there's 50 people outside. There's maybe 12, so I just wanted to let you know and clarify, because that was a dramatic number. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Marge. Thank you, ma'am.
Marge Swears. I know I
Thank
have
you.
a funny name. Who do I give it to? Oh, she's right there. All right, I've been here before. And my name is Marge Swears.
And Miss, if you'd pull your mask up,
Oh,
please.
okay,
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Marge Swears, and I'm a grandmother. And I've also talked to you before about the school grades. That's my focus. I am angry and annoyed and very upset with the way that the school grades are not going. And I think we have the community has a legitimate gripe
with the fact that the schools are
Miss
passed-
Marge,
Oh.
would you pull your
I
mask
can't-
up
I
over
can't.
your nose, please, ma'am? Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
It's hard to breathe.
Yeah.
A legitimate gripe I have with regard to the school grades, folks, and I think it's a justifiable anger that we have. If Merrick Garland thinks that that's an issue and needing to call the FBI on me because I'm annoyed, that's their problem. I don't understand how we can call ourselves educators, Mr. Grimacy and others, and I'm sure that some of the principals, many of the teachers are excellent educators, but we are not showing that in our data, in our grades. So 50% of the students in the middle schools, so teachers, parents in Moore County, 50% of the students are not proficient in math, and that really breaks my heart. 49% of the 8th graders are not proficient in reading. They might be getting to graduate, but they are not proficient. They're not able to compete in our society. They're not being successful. And these are children of all colors, and they're not being educated. So I don't know how that is squaring with you, Dr. Grimacy. Another statistic we have is 7% of the minority students have a very low proficiency rating in math, science, and English, which is really poor. So my survey of you, we have Panorama, we have the SEL surveys. I'm doing a survey on you, and I would have to give you all and the schools here a grade of F, failing grade, because the statistics show that our Moore County schools are not improving, and we have a lot of interest in SEL, but we don't have interest in basic math and reading and basic grades. So my grade, excuse me.
You need to pull
Okay.
You need to pull up your mask, ma'am. Your mask needs to go over your nose. There you go.
Yeah, her time is ended. In Donald Rich. Margaret Santana is after Donald, and then Dr. Hackett.
All right, Madam Chair and to the board. I didn't come with any prepared remarks today, but I came with a prepared heart to tell you that I support the Housing and Land Trust to purchase the school. I went to that school. A lot of memories there. We kind of consider that hallowed ground. So we hope, even better, we pray that this board will vote favorably in this matter. It's important, not just to the west side, not just to Southern Pines, but to our county. We believe that you guys are in a unique position where you can reach outside of the school walls and reach in to the community. You get to staple your name to every success story that will come out of that hub. Every entrepreneur that opens a business will have to thank you for your vote. Every person that learns how to cut a head and open a barbershop will have to thank you for your vote. Every restaurant entrepreneur that learns how to make a dish will have to thank you for giving them an opportunity. For that person who may be downtrodden, who may not know what direction they're going in, will have to come back to this school board if you vote and thank you for a chance. That's all we're asking for, is a chance. We know, here's what I know. The Housing and Land Trust is being led by a decorated Army officer who served his country. And certainly he can serve the community and the county
and the state through this endeavor. We ask you to vote again. We're asking you to vote favorably for the Housing and Land Trust. He can do it. The vision is clear. It's written on tablets, folks. For you who know what tablets are, it's written. And now all we need is the go-ahead. The plan is clear as you guys are to my eyes. So now all we need is a little help. I'm sure you guys want to help. You're helping children every day. You're helping the people who drive the school buses every day. So help the West Side. Help Southern Pines reach outside of the school walls and vote for the Housing and Land Trust to go forward with a vision that will help us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret is next. Margaret Santana.
Is there a microphone here? What is it? Over here? Oh, okay, so I know where to speak. Thank you. My name is Margaret Smetana. I live in Pinehurst. First, I want to give glory to God, our Creator, and to thank Him. COVID-19, the Wuhan virus, brought so much death and destruction, but God has a knack for bringing some good out of great bad. Were it not for COVID-19, would parents have learned that critical race theory was being taught to their children, or that Panorama was asking their children invasive, intrusive, inappropriate questions about their sex life, their illicit drug use, their gender fluidity? I have another concern about Panorama. When my daughters were in middle or high school, there was a program that addressed eating disorders such as anorexia. This caused one girl of normal weight, who had never thought about that she was overweight, to begin thinking that she was too fat and to begin to severely restrict her diet. Also, studies show that the DARE program, Drug Abuse Resistance Education Program of the late 1990s, had the opposite effect. Youth who were exposed to anti-drug ads were 4% more likely to use drugs. Does Panorama, in questioning kids about sex and illegal drugs, encourage them in these activities? Bring it to their minds, in other words, that, oh, they weren't thinking about it before, but now maybe they should. Maybe it's something they should be doing. Does Panorama lead kids in a very emotional time in their lives to question whether they are of another of the 63 genders? And additionally, how can you get your math homework done if you are busy worrying about how many genders you are?
Dr. Hackett.
Good afternoon, or good evening rather. I am Dr. Tarshima Hackett, and this wonderful t-shirt that I have here is a t-shirt I wore when I was about 5 years old, and my mother kept it for me, and my son wore it, and my other two sons, and now my daughter, which is the smallest, she wears it. This is a t-shirt I wore when I went to the place that we lovingly called the playground. That was known to many as the rec center. In this rec center that was located in the projects of a metropolitan area, it is where I learned to dance, I learned to run track, I became a cheerleader, I got some tutoring, and this same place is similar to the culture center that is being proposed here. This same place poured into a single teenage mother to show her how to complete a financial aid application so that she can attend a community college. She was actually able to attend there and teach dance at a very young age, and she was eventually able, because of the pouring that that center did get her, to go on and move us to what we consider the suburbs. And at that suburbs, I attended a predominantly white school. And at that school, I had two teachers that I still remember back in middle school, Mrs. Archer and Mrs. Lewis. They were the only two female black women teachers at that school. At 46 years old, I still remember what Mrs. Archer and Mrs. Lewis taught me. During this time, there were two shows that were out. One was called A Different World. In this show, The Different World, it introduced me to historically black colleges and universities. Also at this time, there was a show that came out with a woman named Oprah Winfrey. And on this show, I was able to see, one, the college of black people in college, and I was also able to see a black woman that was able to show me how to actually have a conversation with people with the primary goal to make a change. So now as I stand before you as an English professor of over 20 years, a published author, and a doctor of counseling, I want to leave you with the question that of black colloquialism, in which I think you all like, pull up. And when you say pull up, that simply means if your goal is truly to evoke change, pull up and have a conversation with me. As a black woman, there's no way you can tell me about me being a black woman the same way I can't tell you about being a middle-aged black man. Pull up and then come to me and ask me what it is, because a counselor, as an attorney, the first thing you want to ask is, what do you deem as the problem, and how can we work together to create the solution? Pull up and come to me as a black woman and say, what do we deem as the problem? How can we work together to change? So I'm left with the question, why aren't you pulling up? What is your motive? Because if you really want change, then anything with public speaking, you don't offend, but you conversate with me.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Michael Friedel. Close.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you folks. I just want to remind all of you of the challenge I presented to you at the last open meeting. That challenge was to improve our school's rating, focus on reading and math, and for the school board to challenge the school administration on what it presents to them. One of the things I pointed out was the lack of clarity in proposals presented to the school board by the administration. That lack of clarity was evident at the last meeting when the superintendent asked by Mr. Levy if Panorama owned the data. Either the superintendent did not do his homework or did not want to answer the question, knowing that Panorama owns the data that includes personal information related to our children. I'm sure that not only the 27 parents at the meeting were disappointed in his lack of transparency and ability to answer the question directly, but also the 1,800 plus people who viewed the meeting online. In fact, Ms. Carter shared with me her disappointment in how the superintendent responded to Mr. Levy's question. I hope, Mr. Grimsey, that you took that superintendent aside after the meeting and coached him on how to be more transparent and to do his homework. Notice I didn't say scold or punish, but coach. In the past week, we have learned that Panorama has close ties to Facebook, and former executives of Facebook testified in front of Congress on how Facebook targets our young children. I'm sure many parents will have problems with their children's personal information being in the hands of a very questionable company, and that they have no control over who has access to their children's personal information. Knowing that, I will have my granddaughter opt out of these surveys. This is even more of a reason to put on hold these surveys and focus on getting the reading and math proficiencies of all our children up to an acceptable level. Some people are even joking that due to the low reading proficiency of our children, many children will not be able to understand the survey questions, thus making the survey useless. This past week, I learned that a couple of years ago, a group of parents warned the school board about Panorama, but the school board ignored them. To Mr. Levy, Mr. Holmes, and Mr. Hensley, that statement does not apply to you. Now, I was not here 2 years ago, so I cannot vouch for the accuracy of those comments, but it does point out to me that we need to find ways for the school board, the school administration, and parents to work together and not against each other. One step we can take is to open these meetings and stop looking for ways to keep parents away. Let us use our energies to turn our schools into a world-class school system, not just that we're the best for the local area. May God bless you all and provide you with the wisdom, courage, and strength to do the right things for our children.
Paula Gross, Courtney Gross.
Madam Chair, a quick point of order. I noticed there's 10 or 12 empty chairs out here, and you know, there's a disputed amount of people outside, but somewhere there's between 12 and 50. Is there any reason why the SROs cannot let people in to attend the meeting and fill the vacant seats?
I believe was to avoid more disruption. And we are actually, I think, at the end of our 1 hour of public comment at this point too, so unless there's a motion to continue going, we've heard our, and I'm not pointing just at you, but,
I will move that we continue going. I think it's important to hear from everybody, whether they're for my position or against it. I want to hear from everybody.
I second.
okay, we have 8 more speakers, which is what, 4 to call in? and-
Yes, 4 call in and then 4 still public speaking.
Okay. All right.
Let's keep on going.
Mr. Levy has moved and Mr. Holmes seconded that we go ahead and finish the remaining 8 speakers. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, the motion carries.
Okay, Paula Gross, and wow, shame on you for how you've conducted this meeting, that there's empty seats and people standing outside, people on canes. Unbelievable. On the proposed social emotional learning survey, I just want to say that the information should never be held off-site. Concerning Panorama Education, who develops the surveys last week, October 8th, the Washington Observer said, quote, "A curriculum company with links to Attorney General Merrick Garland sells local educators on its woke education materials and shows them how to stick state and federal taxpayers with the bill. Panorama Education, founded by Garland's son-in-law, Zan Tanner, produces teaching materials focused on systemic racism, oppression, white supremacy, and intersectionality, all under the rubric of social emotional learning. The multi-million-dollar company's marketing plan appears to be to get educators to buy in and then show them how to pay for it all with government's grants," end quote. So not only are the schools indoctrinating our children in CRT, and worse, they are having the parents and fellow taxpayers pay for it. The article goes on to state that Panorama's curriculum materials have angered some parents across the nation who see critical race theory similar approaches as teaching K through 12 children that they are either victims or oppressors based on their skin color. Garland enraged parent groups this week when he assigned FBI to help address what he called a spike in harassment and threats of violence toward school board members. Some parent groups believe it was an effort to chill them from objecting to controversial curricula, which the DOJ denies. By the way, I agree with those parents, and no, we're not terrorists. To teach minority children that they can't succeed and are oppressed, and white children that they were born oppressors, is the worst form of racism. Just concentrate on what the education system should be doing, teaching reading, math, history, and social studies. Make kids obey in school and play nice. Don't socially engineer a generation of socialist Marxist liberals who will be in lockstep with the progressive agenda. And this is exactly why you have angry parents, the way you've treated them tonight, seeing people stand out there when you have empty seats in here. If you had told me that I would ever see this in America, I would have told you were crazy. But that's where we're at now. This is what we've devolved to. Because you have power, you choose to abuse it. You say you can't have disruption in here. You didn't even give it a chance. You have armed police. If somebody's disruptive, all you have to do is ask them to leave. You have the authority. You're just being mean. And this is why you have parents that get mad. And there goes conversation. And there goes meeting of the minds. I originally was going to pray for you for 3 minutes, as long as I don't mention Jesus Christ, Lord and Savior, or specifically promote a certain religion. I can pray here for 3 minutes. And I really wanted to pray for all of you. I wanted to pray for you individually. I don't know your individual circumstances. I don't know anything about you. I don't know what you have to go through. But I felt if God was brought in here, we had the best chance of coming together. You just push people away, and you make it less likely for us to really be able to come together. And the sad part is, it's the children that will suffer. That's why you have angry parents.
Thank you. Courtney Gross. Okay. Bobby Oglesby. And then Jesse Wimberly. Wimberly, did I say that right? Jesse?
We already checked outside, so.
Okay.
They're not in here.
Okay. Thank you.
During this pause, Madam Chair, I'd make a motion that as people leave, that the SROs automatically allow people to come inside to witnessed the meeting. We already have limited seating. We know there's people standing outside. So I make a motion that as people leave, that the SROs let additional people in to maximize the people who can attend this meeting.
I'll second.
Excuse me. All right, motion by Mr. Hensley with second by Mr. Levy to allow people to enter the building now at, and actually this is our last in-person speaker, such to fill in the seats that are now available. That was not on my current directives from Chief Fry, but the motion is on the floor, so we can go ahead and vote.
Well, Madam Chair, I'd remind the chair that we don't take directives from the staff. We issue policies to the staff. I wasn't aware that we received.
This is not a policy, it's a safety and security directive that I received from Chief Fry.
Madam Chair,
But we do have a
to
motion on the
correct
floor.
that, that was a recommendation of the chair that I then implemented, absent a majority vote of the board. If the board votes by majority to do something different, that's fine. But just to clarify what the chair meant by
Well,
that.
and the other thing that I would point out is the chair said that it was a security issue, but we have people come in screened through the metal detector, which I feel is unnecessary. But then, rather than being able to sit down and witness the rest of the meeting, they're forced to leave. There's no security issue at all. They were just standing here, and then they have to leave. It's kind of crazy. So,
Madam Chair, if we're going to litigate my recommendation, I'll be happy to explain it and go into detail, but right now, the board has
We have a
action.
motion, and we're
Happy to do
wasting,
that,
we're
yeah.
wasting time with it. The
Madam Chair,
motion is to allow people to.
There was
enter
there was no wasting time. I was responding to your comment. So anyway,
The motion was made and seconded to allow people to fill in the empty seats. I would add to that, perhaps after our last speaker has finished, such that we will then have a breather, because more people
no,
may
ma'am, that's
leave.
not my motion. My motion is that as people leave, I was very specific. My motion is that people leave, that the school resource officers automatically backfill that seat with anybody who's waiting.
Thank you, sir. The motion stands, as Mr. Hensley just stated, that he has moved that we allow school resource officers to fill in any seats as they become vacant. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll vote in favor of that. But what I would recommend is, after our last speaker here, and if there's any disruption after, you take recess or whatever, to let people in that they ask to be leave.
All right, all opposed? Aye. All right, the motion carried. Did you vote, Ms. Thompson? The motion carries 6-1.
So,
All right,
Madam
we
Chair,
have-
I'm confused. I made a motion that people fill in real time. Mr. Dennison modified the motion without making a motion to
No,
modify.
you
it.
did not modify your motion.
You didn't modify it.
You made a comment.
That's-
And
so-
my
so
comment would be, we
they're
have our last
coming in.
speaker at the podium. We will then be breaking to take the phone calls, such that it would allow time for people to come in while the first caller gets on the phone.
And then after which, they fill in automatically as
filled in.
people leave.
Right.
Fair enough.
Our speaker.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for being patient.
Thank you.
Good evening to Dr. Grimacy and the members of the Board of Education. My name is Bobby Oglesby. I grew up in Southern Pines.
Point
and
of order,
attended-
madam. The clock's not running.
Thank you.
Here you go.
I grew up in Southern Pines and attended and graduated from West Southern Pines School, later renamed Southern Pines Primary School. West Southern Pines Primary School consists of a vast amount of real estate, and the future of the area lies partially with the buyer of that property. A large property requires large, ongoing investments of time and money. I have not been inside the buildings in years. However, it is my feeling that at a minimum, these spaces will need to be cleaned and painted if the buyer elects not to do extensive renovations. Given the size of the facility, even that may require large amounts of money. Potential buyers or renters of the property will need a phone number and a person to answer their calls to the property. In short, this property will require a fully equipped and fully staffed office to greet people, handle paperwork, complete work orders, answer questions, and perform the many tasks associated with a business. There will need to be personnel to show rental areas to interested parties. Applications would then need to be reviewed and approved for those assigned to that task. Later, there may need to be scheduling and supervising of move-ins. Work performed by contractors at this property would need to be checked for progress during those processes and at the end before payment is made. Tradesmen such as plumbers, painters, plasterers, carpenters, drywall installers, electricians, and heating and air technicians, among others, are not cheap. A property of this size and age requires a buyer with a vision, a staff, and resources to handle the foreseeable work and the unforeseeable work that will be needed to operate this property. Otherwise, it may sit for years and go largely unused, creating a distraction for the area and becoming a possible target for vandals. It is my hope that the Board of Education will choose a broker who can bring the right candidate with the money, the experience, the expertise, and the vision to handle a property of this size. Not just any group can do it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that ends our community for public speaking.
Okay,
Now we go to the phone.
Right, and at this point, I would ask our officers to fill in on the seats that are now open, if there's anyone outside who wants to come in.
Would you like me to take a moment before bringing people in on this?
No, go ahead.
Our first
Go ahead.
speaker is Sarah Slusher.
Mrs. Slusser, are you there? Is this Sarah Slusser?
Yes, it is.
Yes, you're with the Moore County School Board. You have 3 minutes to speak, please.
Well, fill in on the seats that are open.
Our first speaker is Sarah Slusher.
Yeah, you'll want to go ahead and mute the stream.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, this is Sarah Slusser. Moore County Schools has been using the company Panorama to collect the social emotional data of our children for years. Is the information that is gathered from these surveys shared with parents? Do parents know their child's grit score, their social awareness score, and their growth mindset score? Are parents aware of what social emotional data is attached to their child's permanent record? Are teachers sharing this information at parent-teacher conferences? If not, why? And you need to answer that. Recently, Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a memorandum directing the FBI to investigate parents who speak at local school board meetings. The memorandum does not make it clear if a parent questioning the political agenda present in public schools would warrant an investigation by the FBI or what constitutes such investigation. National headlines suggest that the Attorney General's family could financially gain from this action of retaliation because his son-in-law created a company whose agenda has been criticized by many parents, a company named Panorama. In light of recent developments, please reconsider using our tax dollars to pay for Panorama. Withholding information from parents and then using intimidation to discourage their free speech further demonstrates that Panorama does not belong in Moore County schools. Thank you.
Next is Kim Wade.
Mrs. Wade, you're live with the Moore County School Board.
Yes,
Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
thank you. Hello?
Yes, you're live with the school board.
Yes,
Yes, you may proceed.
thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Kim Wade. I am president of the West Southern Pines Civic Club.
board.
Once again, I am respectfully requesting the board to accept the offer from the Southern Pines Land Trust for the former Southern Pines Primary School. We are presently meeting to implement the plans for the Museum and Cultural Arts Center. I am the author and producer of the documentary Gemtown, recording the history of West Southern Pines being one of the first African-American townships on the entire East Coast. The Town of Southern Pines Library staff and I documented the map verifying the locations of over 200 Black-owned businesses in West Southern Pines before zoning in the early 1970s. Our historical and cultural significance in Moore County and in the state of North Carolina is exceptional. This opportunity has become the nucleus of unity in the town of Southern Pines and the jumpstart for the revitalization recommended by DFI at the UNC School of Government for the West Southern Pines District.
Thank you. Are you done?
Okay, next is William Howell.
Mr. Howell?
Hello?
Yes. Yes, you want to make sure you have the stream
Yes,
muted?
hello.
Yes, you're live with Moore County School Board. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Bob Howell. I live on San Davis Road in Southern Pines. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again in support of the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust vision for the future of the Southern Pines Primary School, the West Southern Pines community, and all students, families, and other residents of Moore County. It's heartening to read in the summary of this item on tonight's agenda that a purchase contract has been successfully negotiated between the board's attorney and legal counsel for the trust, and that, quote, all legal issues have been resolved to the satisfaction of both parties' attorneys and the Moore County Schools Administration. Last month, this board voted to proceed with those negotiations, navigating your way past any obstacles that might have derailed the process. This evening, you have the chance to endorse the good faith efforts of these individuals and all those who have worked and continue to work to make this dream a reality, several of whom you have just addressed this gathering. A unanimous vote to approve the proposed contract as presented would be an inspiring model for moving forward as a board united in your dedication to this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Vincent Gordon.
Mr. Gordon? Mr. Gordon, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, you're live with the Moore County School Board. You have 3 minutes, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Vincent Gordon with the chairman of the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust. One of the main purposes of the trust, as I've stated in the past, is to restore historical and cultural significance. And by bringing, I think that will bring a sense of pride back into the community that should spur economic opportunity and growth. We want to rebuild the Rosenwald School on its historic site through grants and create a museum. Then we can start to tell the full story of the historic town, businesses, people, an historic high school that once existed, and more. If you have your history, you have your purpose. A children's book was just published called Norman Builds a Park. Norman is my uncle, Dr. Norman C. Camp, who started as a kid cleaning up the wetlands in South Raleigh. Eventually, the community helped. After that, the other communities in Raleigh started to help.
Then the state and other organizations started to help. Robin Moore is mentioned in this book, the same Robin Moore who wants to lead the effort to restore the historic Blanchard Carter Park. This feels like it has gone full circle from my uncle to us. In South Raleigh stands my uncle's, the building of the wetlands facility named after him, which is a $10 million facility, and has restored faith in that community. We are asking for the school board to show some faith in us and this project. I believe this school, unlike any other sales, will bring communities closer together that will benefit all. The contract is signed, the dollars have been raised, sell to the trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that ends our public address segment.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. All right, at this time, we'll move on to items under board action. Item A is COVID-19 management. Dr. Grimacy.
Yes, ma'am. At this time, I'll invite Dr. Locklear and Dr. Powers to come forward with a few introductory remarks, answer any final questions from board members, and then offer final recommendation.
Madam Chair, I move that we take a recess, a 10-minute recess.
Take a recess.
I'm sorry?
Excuse me, it doesn't require a motion for us to take a recess. Is a recess in order?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, then in 5 minutes, we will be back in session at 22.
I'll give it
I'll call the meeting back to order. All right, we will now proceed with the discussion COVID-19 management update. Ask the audience to please refrain their conversation at this point. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. As Dr. Grimacy noted, Dr. Powers and myself presented an update related to the management of COVID-19 last week at your board meeting. We also shared a staff recommendation related to the wearing of face masks for the next month. I'm revisiting that again at your next month's meeting. There were some questions that came up at the meeting and also some new information that came out since we presented last week. And Dr. Powers has prepared a brief one-pager just to go through that and share that information with the board. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Powers.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So we did receive some updated guidance from DHHS and DPI that came on October 5th. And just to make you aware, one piece of information is related to recommended quarantines. So I'm going to read what the recommendation is and go ahead and tell you that the word students in this recommendation has been replaced with individuals. So whereas this guidance before related just to students, it now relates to all individuals, which includes adults, teachers, staff, volunteers at schools. So, and that says, DHHS does not recommend quarantine of individuals following exposures in school settings if masks were being worn appropriately and consistently by both the person with COVID-19 and the potential exposed person. This applies to exposures in classrooms, other in-school settings, and school transportation, but does not apply to exposures during extracurricular activities, including athletic activities. So, again, that guidance had been in place, but it only applied to students. It now applies to all individuals, including adults. So I wanted to clarify that. I also wanted to share some information. Mr. Levy had asked that we look at some of the data from mask optional districts as compared to Moore County schools. So we were able to pull some data. I will share that all districts were mask optional. There were 5. We couldn't find usable data for each of the districts. We could find data that was comparable for 2. Lincoln County and Yancey County. I will share. Union County was asked about specifically, but they only report data for the past week. They don't report cumulative infection data, so we're not able to bring that to you. When we look at Lincoln County schools as compared to Moore County, you can see they're somewhat similar in size, although Moore County schools is 1,300 students larger. If you look at the dates, from August through October 1st, you see that Moore County schools have 548 student staff infections. Lincoln County schools had 648. So 100 more infections for Lincoln County, although they're 1,300 students smaller than Moore County schools. When you look at the percentage of infections per ADM, which was the best way we could figure to make apples to apples comparisons, you can see that Moore County schools infection rate is 4.3%. Lincoln County schools is 5.6%. Again, keep in mind, Moore County schools is 1,300 students larger, which is 10% larger than Lincoln County schools. However, when you look at the percentage per infections per day ADM, Lincoln County schools infections is actually 15% of their population for infections. So the number may seem small at 1.3%, but when you look at 100 students, 100 more infections for students and staff, if you think about it like this, Dr. Grimacy shared in his weekly report last week that the number of absences per infection was 5.8. So if you think about it in those terms, and 100 more infections, that could have been 580 additional absences due to infections and quarantines based on those comparisons. We can also take a look at Yancey County schools. Much different here in that Yancey County is much smaller, 2,200 students compared to Moore County's 12,800. We were able to look at data from August through October 6th. Here you can see the percent of infections per ADM for Moore County, 4.5%, for Yancey County, 10.2%. When you look at that difference, again, just thinking about, well, what if Moore County schools was at the 10% infection rate? That would have equated to 725 more infections than the 580 that you see there. You know, and if we use the same metrics, 725 times 5.8 absences, that could equal 4,205 additional absences due to quarantines if our infection rate was that high. I'll also share that DHHS also shared some additional research and study data. The first was just a comparison of mask mandates, counties with mask mandates from August 26 to September 26. So in the 3 counties without mask mandates in their schools, there was an average of 17.2 clusters per 100 schools in those 3 counties. They also looked at the 89 counties with consistent mask mandates, and there was an average of 6.9 clusters per 100 schools. And then DHHS also released 2 studies. One was specific to Arizona. In the 2 largest Arizona counties that had variable K-12 school masking policies at the beginning of the 21-22 school year, the odds of a school-associated COVID-19 outbreak were 3.5 times higher in schools with no mask requirement than in those with a mask requirement that were implemented at the time school started. Then a second study they shared, this was across the U.S., counties without school mask requirements experienced larger increases in pediatric COVID-19 cases, case rates after the start of school compared with counties that had school mask requirements. So that's some data related to some comparisons there with mask required, mask optional. The final new piece of information that was shared also on October 5th, DHHS released a new resource document. It was titled COVID-19 in Schools, Legal Authority and Requirements. That document provided additional information related to control measures such as isolation, quarantine, exclusion, and contact tracing. Specific to contact tracing, the document states, in addition to providing required records, contact tracing also requires schools to participate in interviews and other information exchanged with local public health officials as a part of the case investigation to track exposures and identify close contacts. So based on this data and the information that we've gained, I think kind of what we can see, masking equals lower infection rates equal less quarantines equal more face-to-face learning.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. All right, the superintendent's recommendation is that we continue to require face masks for students and staff in grades pre-K through 12, indoors at all school and district sites, at all indoor athletic and extracurricular activities, and on all school bus and activity bus transportation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, Mr. Dennison has moved.
Second.
And Ms. Thompson has seconded that we continue to require face masks for students and staff in grades pre-K through 12, indoors at all schools and district sites, at all indoor athletic and extracurricular activities, and on all school bus and activity bus transportation. Is there discussion? Mr. Hensley.
Madam Chair, I noted a discrepancy between, if you remember at the last meeting, I amended the motion for the staff to look into the requirement and whose responsibility it is to do contact tracing, because I'd gotten reports from parents that our teachers and administrators were spending time doing contact tracing rather than teaching and administering. And, I opined that perhaps that's the job of the health department. And, I don't see them helping us drive buses or educate our children, so why should we do their job? And if they're underfunded, then maybe the county, we had a whole discussion on this. So I've noticed a discrepancy. The board attorney on September 28th did a legal opinion, I assume based upon our motion last week, that laid out the requirements, the legal requirements that we have, and the memorandum is on the agenda. And it specifically states that our legal requirements are threefold. Report, confirm suspected cases to the health department. 2, share records. 3, require students and staff to comply with quarantine orders and isolation. I noticed that's dated 28 September, and then the information that was just presented is a change in the toolkit on 5 October, which is, I don't know, obviously sometime after Tharrington and Smith's legal opinion. So there's a discrepancy between our board attorney's legal opinion on what we need to do and what was just presented. What was just presented said that there was a change to the toolkit, and now specific to contact tracing, the document states, in addition to providing required records, contact tracing also requires schools to participate in interviews and other information exchange with local health officials as part of a case investigation to track exposures and identify close contacts. So first of all, I'm glad that Dr. What's-Her-Name at the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services heard my motion and modified the toolkit. But my question for the legal person is, actually, there's two questions. One is, and it's specific to this text, so you might want to pull this text up at the bottom of the document that was just brief. My question is, what's the legal basis for the toolkit to shift the mandate from the Department of Health, to school systems to do contact tracing? That's kind of what it applies. So I guess my first question is, are we legally bound to do contact tracing? 2, what's the legal basis? And 3, if we are legally required to do it, then what exactly is other information exchange? Because again, I just think our teachers should teach and our administrators should administrate and public health officials should do public health functions.
Sure. So with response to your first question, whether you're legally bound to do contact tracing. So as the memo that my colleagues prepared laid out, you are legally bound to report information. You're legally bound to share information that the health department requests that assists them in contact tracing, right? So you are obligated to participate in contact tracing insofar as the health department can ask you for records that pertain to the information you report about communicable disease. In terms of the legal basis for those requirements, those are laid out here. In terms of the legal basis for the toolkit's updated language, which if you want to give me a minute to pull it up, I'm happy to look at that specific provision in the toolkit. What I've discussed with some other attorneys is that very likely if the health department locally asked you for records and information, they could also ask you for really, really broad records. They could essentially provide a request to you for any records under the sun that they wanted. In some circumstances, it might be less of a burden on your teachers to provide some of the information from those records directly. I think that sort of information would be provided in the context of an interview. So I think an interview would suffice under your local health directives for provision of information in an easier, faster way, frankly, for your staff. And that would be legally sound under the statute that allows for exchange of information and records at the request of the healthcare department. I am not personally aware of the impetus for the specific word interview, but I'd be happy to research that and provide an update to the board about how exactly the toolkit added that specific language in there in terms of contact tracing obligations of school districts, whether the school district is specifically obligated to interview or whether that's simply one option that the school district can consider in meeting the local health directives about how to participate in contact tracing.
Dr. Grimacy, have there been discussions with the health department on contact tracing subsequent to our last meeting and what their expectations are?
Actually, the answer is yes, and in talking to Dr. Powers after the conversation we had last week, he clarified for me that that's not the first time that we've had those conversations, and that actually the process that we have in place right now is an opportunity for our teachers and our principals to, as rapidly as possible, determine what is the circle at which we identify those children that are most at risk and employees that are most at risk. And we're in a position now, based on the process that we use, whatever you call it, that we're able to inform families as quickly as possible that their child may be at risk of contracting COVID-19, and that our employees know who's at risk. So it's really about a rapid risk assessment process, whatever you call it, and no matter what the law says, it's practical for us with the health department's advice for us to find out as soon as possible who's at risk. Dr. Powers, correct me or enhance what I've just said. I'll defer to you.
Yes, sir, and that is correct. And I'll also point out that any contact tracing that's done is only done in school. So nothing outside of the school or our school staff involved with. That even applies to other household members. So if there are questions about other household members, those questions are directed through the health department separately. We are only concerned with helping the health department understand who the close contacts at school are so that we can most quickly inform those parents so that they're aware.
I think a teacher with a seating chart provides a very rapid response to the simple question of if child A tested positive for COVID, then what is the circle within which those parents need to know as soon as possible if their child was exposed so they know if they need to get their child tested. And we can't do that by waiting for the health department to take 2 or 3 days to do that. If we can do that within 15 to 20 minutes, it's in our best interest to do so.
Again, my concern is that it's taken away from teachers' time, but if it's not, then so be it.
I think at that moment, it's taking away from the teacher's time, but I think over the course of a week or 2 weeks or a month, that teacher gets that time back because we keep the disease under control as best as we possibly can based on the data that we have at hand. So I do appreciate bringing it up. I think it's a fair question. We did take it back to the health department. We took some time to think about it. But the bottom line is that right now it doesn't affect my recommendation because I think the process we have in place right now is one that works for us, and it's one that we all pray we're not going to have to do for very much longer.
All right, other questions or comments?
Yeah. I would
Mr.
just
Holmes.
I would just like to make a couple of comments. The first one, it was referenced Yancey County and Moore County, and, those statistics were a little off, but given, the population and in fact, the square miles are 2 different counties, so I really don't think it does it justice. Another thing I'd like to point out is that in Dr. Whitman's letter that was included in our packet, there's nothing in there that I see that says this is what you should do, this is what you shall do. It just simply says it's the recommendation. It's just a recommendation. Just like my mask, whenever you spoke with me today, it was a recommendation that I wear a regular mask. This is a recommendation. We can go back to no mask or mask optional. I mean, it's time to stand up and say it. Even the FDA, it says right here, it says that N95 respirators, they're only, let's see, I just had it up. But they've even said that all the particles can get through. These masks are ineffective.
My
Were you
question,
finished? Were you finished?
Go ahead.
my question is what we're doing beneficial for our students and staff, whether or not it's legal? I mean, I do a lot of things that nobody says it's legal. I can do them. I do them because it's going to help somebody, and so my question is it benefiting our staff and students?
Well, do we know, on the flip side of that, do we know the negative effects of learning with masks? Just for example, in kindergarten, or those first grade, do you really need to see a teacher's mouth move? That's important. And there's no telling how many students have fell behind just because of this.
I think at the last meeting, I made a comment I'm going to make again with Union County schools and Moore County schools. And I checked again to follow up on, this is actually figures from the website. But then I checked a couple weeks later, and then Union County has changed the way they're keeping track of stuff so it doesn't look as bad as it did before. But this is what was on their website versus Moore County. Moore County has 12,700 students. Union County has 41,500 students. So because there's so much variance between the two counties, I use percentages. Moore County, for quarantines, I didn't do infection, quarantines. Moore County had 7.9% of our students quarantined. Union County had 17.8% of their students quarantined. So to me, it's not a mask or no mask. It's keeping kids in school so they can have learning with their teachers. And the quarantine is the big deal, as far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to make a recommendation. Why can't we ask Mr. Whitman if he would be willing to come in and answer questions from us?
I'm sure that's a possibility, however, we have to vote.
Okay, well, let's vote.
One way or the other. Mr. Levy?
Well, I could just very quickly just respond. We can make that invitation, and we've even had representatives from the ABC Science Collaborative that have have offered to come. So we're not against that. We're just trying to be mindful of everybody's time on that. So I'm sorry, Mr. Levy.
Yeah, well, just to make an observation, we all want to keep our kids in school. I think that's the key. But what I really see going on here is mostly political, not really medical. Because the reason why we're masking, one of the big reasons why we're masking the children is because we want to avoid the quarantines. But the quarantines are being done by the health department, which could actually have a guidance which simply says, if you're sick, go home, stay home. There are so many students whose parents have contacted me and who have said, my child was near someone during lunch or something like that, and that person turned out to have COVID. And I can get a negative test and my child is just fine, but he can't go back to school. So we've got these tremendous rules. Let me ask you a question. Did you say that you don't have to quarantine if you're masked, but that doesn't pertain to extracurricular activities? Am I correct on that?
If two individuals are both masked consistently and appropriately, and they are close contacts with one another, the masked child that was exposed would not have to quarantine. But that does not apply to extracurricular.
Does not apply to extracurricular activities. So if, if the two of them are on a bus going to a debate tournament, okay, and they're both masked, then you still, it's an extracurricular activity. Let's say it's after school, right? You have to quarantine, I guess, the person who's not sick with the mask. Am I correct?
It does apply to school transportation, so if they're on a bus.
Okay, all right. So it's this kind of arbitrariness that really infuriates most people. That's the problem. It's not scientific. It's political.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
If I could intervene real
Well,
quick.
I just
Yeah.
want to share one thing. The nature of extracurricular activities are part of the reason why they're not included. So for the most part, the nature of extracurricular activities are different than sitting in the classroom, being a part of a classroom, such as athletics, where you're very close, such as band or singing or some other things. Now, they may not all be that way, but I believe that was the intent behind that.
Well, everybody's, I'll yield to Mr. Hensley for a
Just real
second.
quick question. So, do I understand? I may not understand this correct. So let me lay out a scenario that doesn't involve a bus. So let's say a student is in a classroom and they're masked and one of them has COVID. There's no quarantine, correct?
If they're
Appropriately masked and all that stuff. So let's say the bell rings and 10 minutes later there's a extracurricular activity in the same classroom. Say it's a debate team and the same two students are there, or two different students, and they're properly masked. But it's an extracurricular activity. Do they have to quarantine?
Based on what the guidance says, because it's an extracurricular activity, that would have to be considered. However, I would be able, just like we do with every case, we talk with the health department and they look at the circumstances and they'll weigh
But they might have to be quarantined. They have to be reported to the health department where the others.
Correct.
That's the arbitrariness that Mr. Levy's talking about, and that drives me nuts too. You could have the same two students in the same classroom, 10 minutes apart, and one's treated this way and the other's treated that way. So anyway, I yield back to Mr. Lee.
At any rate, let me continue. And then I'm taking a look at this, comparison between Moore and Lincoln counties. Yancey County is such a small county that it's difficult for me personally to draw a conclusion. But I see 100 more infections. So for 100 infections, and by the way, most kids, they have these infections very mild, from what I can understand. And it's most of the time they're not really hospitalized, and most of the time it is not all that much of a problem. So for 100 students, we are masking 12,800 students. And we're doing it, I understand why. Because otherwise, the health department's going to come out and they are going to then start to quarantine so many more times that number of people. It's a bureaucratic mess. And one of the reasons why I'm going to vote no on this, and probably be outvoted, but that's okay. The reason why I'm going to vote no is that I think we have to send a message that we can follow the science, but we can't follow the politics. And the politics are just so convoluted that it gives people a feeling that they can't trust us, and they can't trust the doctors, and they can't trust certainly the HHS, and it is a real mess. So
Madam Chair,
I believe, I'll finish up and
Okay,
just
good.
give me 1 second. Okay, so I believe that the best thing for us to do is to say to everyone, voluntary masking. If you want your child masked, by all means mask them. If you don't, don't. And let's give the people the respect, and let's respect their intelligence, and then let's get on with education. So that's the sentiment and behind my vote.
Madam Chair, call the question.
I just want to make one comment, Mr. Dennison,
The
please.
question has been called,
Okay,
however,
thank
so.
you.
Madam Chair, calling the question requires a vote.
Okay, let's vote.
That's what I just said.
Right, okay.
The question has been called. Seeing no further discussion, we will move to vote.
Well, Madam Chair, you have to have a
we're gonna-
vote to call the question.
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah.
which vote are we moving on to?
We are going to move to vote.
On the
Okay, to
mo-
close debate and then to proceed to vote.
So we're going to vote on
voting on
Mr.
calling the
Dennison's motion to call the
questions,
question. But you just said there were no more discussion, but Ms. Thompson had a discussion point that she was about to make.
She has opted not to.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
Okay, the motion is to call the question. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, the motion carries 6-1. We will now proceed to vote on the motion. The motion is to continue to require face masks for students and staff in grades pre-K through 12 indoors at all school and district sites, at all indoor athletic and extracurricular activities, and on all school bus and activity bus transportation. Do you prefer a voice vote, or? Doesn't matter, okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The motion carries 4-3. And let me just add, just for your mentioning the debate team, it's interesting, all debate tournaments are now virtual. And when students come in to compete, it's one child per classroom. Otherwise, they have to be masked. All right, we now move to item B, the partial iPad refresh to meet kindergarten,
So,
first
Madam
grade.
Chair, what you're saying is when the debate people are debating, they're not wearing their mask, but there's one per room.
Only one in a room.
Understand?
Yeah. And it's very interesting, they have online workrooms, because they're not together.
With your permission, Madam Chair?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Permission.
Please move
I'll
on.
defer to Dr. Metcalf, and looks like he's got Mr. Eklund and Mr. Johnson with him to introduce this next item and answer any final questions the board might have. Superintendent's recommendation is included with the executive summary. Dr. Metcalf.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Grimacy. This is a request for a partial iPad refresh to meet the kindergarten, first grade student needs. I do want to take a moment to ensure clarity of what we are asking for. The purpose of the request is not to make us one-to-one at the K-1 level. As you know, we have literally, Kent's team has literally duct taped our devices together to try to be at a one-to-one level at the elementary school level. We did this as a response to the pandemic and to support the need for virtual learning over the past year, 2 years. This was especially true at the K-1 level, where we pulled all the iPads we had throughout the district. Most of those were very old versions. Because of the age of these devices, they're starting to not support the programs that we use. In particular, over the summer, iReady, a program I think you heard that the school improvement discussions that our staff really enjoys, they've updated their application, and on some of those older iPads, it no longer runs. So in addition to that, the older devices are no longer supporting M-Class, which is a state-required assessment program, also at the elementary and K-1 level. So at this time, we're recommending not going one-to-one at the K level. We need the additional 530 devices to do that. It's not something we're recommending at this point. At this point, we just want to get these additional devices. It'll be about a 1-to-2 level so that we can continue to use them for our applications such as iReady and M-Class. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Dr. Metcalf, could you clarify that at 1-to-2, is that essentially a classroom set for every 2 classrooms?
That would be exactly correct.
And that would meet what my understanding is the set on a cart. It may or may not be on a cart, but essentially it's a classroom set for every 2 classrooms. Okay, just want to make sure, because I'm not sure we made that clear at the work session. Thank you.
Okay, the superintendent has recommended approval of the partial iPad refresh for K-1 student needs. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there discussion? Mr. Levy?
Yeah, just very brief. I want to thank you for going to this 1-to-2 because and I hope the public will understand that it is not that we don't want K-1 to have access and knowledge in the digital age, but at those early years, they need to know how to read books, and they need to know how to write, and how to do both fine motor skills and gross motor skills and things like that. So I think that this is a very good compromise.
Yeah, and I would add to that, we do have books in the classroom. We've never not had books in our
No,
classroom.
I understand.
In our writing, it's a combination of utilizing the electronic device tool as well as the traditional writing, traditional book reading.
And I understand, and I would never, we have to use the electronic tools, and the children need to learn to use the electronic tools. But too many times, I think people judge you by what your ratio is of electronic devices to students, and that is not necessarily a good way to measure good education. So I'm basically applauding you for recognizing that and hopefully it will give our students the best of both possible worlds so that they can learn their fine and gross motor skills as well as, when necessary, use their iPads.
Are there further questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move to vote. The motion is that we approve the partial iPad refresh for K-1 student needs. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries 7-0. All right, we now proceed to item C, the disposal of the old Aberdeen Elementary School property.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call Mr. Barath. Is Mr. Barath in the hallway?
I haven't seen him.
He was here.
He was there earlier.
Okay.
All right. Then would you like to talk at all?
I might. If Mr. Barath's not available, I'm prepared to offer
He
that.
was here.
I hadn't seen him. I haven't either.
He was here.
I say we just go with it.
All right, the motion has been.
I'm sorry?
I was just going to go ahead and read your
No, ma'am,
recommendation.
if you don't mind,
Okay.
I'll just go ahead and get it started.
Okay.
Board, we've got the executive summary. Ms. Mara O'Keefe from Tharrington Smith is here sitting in for Mr. Ramey as he continues to recover. And so obviously there's a lot of this has been brokered by our legal counsel, but I'll go ahead and get the process of introducing the matter before the board. During your October 4th work session, you asked the superintendent and the school board attorney and Mr. Barath to use their discretion to seek to negotiate a higher price for the purchase of the Aberdeen Elementary School. The board attorney contacted the legal counsel for the town with a counteroffer amount of $900,000, along with a non-monetary terms similar to those used for the sale of the old Southern Pines Elementary School site and the proposed sale of the old Southern Pines Primary School site. At the request of the town, on October 1st, 2021, Mayor Robbie Farrell, Town Manager Paul Saveston, Town Attorney T.C. Morphus, myself, Mr. Barath, and Mr. Ramey conducted a hybrid virtual in-person meeting to discuss these matters further. Discussion centered on purchase price and the proposed right of first refusal and profit-sharing provisions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Barath to pick up on articulating a few points from those two areas in which the town requested compromise in the negotiations in return for the additional money that they agreed to. Mr. Barath.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. The deletion of first right of refusal is sort of unlike what Moore Montessori and Southern Pines Landing Housing Trust have in their agreements to convey portions of the site to a developer after closing. As a reminder to the board in general of what right of first refusal is, it means that the party buying the property must give the seller the first chance to buy back all or a part of it at the same price that someone else would otherwise pay for it. Now, in this situation, that's unique is that the town's plans for the site does require further development and not in specific to any public school use. Now, this possibility that the school board would essentially block a resale of a part of the site to a developer was identified as problematic by the town. And the town staff have agreed to support this requested revision by offering $45,000 more than their initial offer, as long as this provision can be removed. Staff, we do continue to believe that the odds of us needing or wanting the property back or a portion of the surplus sale of this site are very low and are pretty much consider deletion of this provision a reasonable compromise for the additional $45,000 for capital outlay funds. The other element that Dr. Grimacy mentioned was regarding the profit sharing provision. They did request one minor revision related to this, and this is governing the resale of a portion of the site. And what the town has asked for is this for the first year after closing only, just the first year, that any calculations of the relative value of the portion as mentioned of the property they used to dispose of is to determine the amount of profit the board will receive based on the tax values in existence when the board would convey the property to the town. After the first year, the calculations will be based on the tax values in existence at the time of the resale, just like the language in the other referenced contracts. All the profit sharing calculations will still be based on objective numbers determined by the tax department, and this is a way that both party staff and attorneys consider fair and reasonable. With those two provisions, revisions to the provisions, should the board approve the proposed contract, the real estate closing will be held 10 days following a 60-day due diligence period. I do want to note that the Exhibit C, which is where they have space to put in the current assessed value of the properties, parcels that make up the property, they have issued that to legal counsel just today, so we have those values in hand at this time. And with that, I'm open to any questions or discussions regarding this.
If I might, Mr. Barath, conclude. Yes. Yeah. Madam Chair, as you can see under the superintendent's recommendation, I just want to offer the recommendation and a comment. The superintendent does recommend that the school board consider a motion to approve the proposed contract for sale of the old Aberdeen Elementary School property to the town of Aberdeen in the amount of $900,000, subject to condition that the town also execute an indemnification agreement acceptable to the superintendent and the board attorney. There's a second part of that recommendation that cites that was printed and published ahead of time, further authorizing the superintendent and board attorney to fill in the Moore County Tax Office assessment values of the parcels that are currently left blank in Exhibit C prior to contract execution. We did receive those today. They are quite generous. And if those tax values are anywhere near what the town might get, our portion of that would be extraordinary. So I hope they're right. But those numbers are there and can be added. So they are available to the board as it is. So we would have a two-part recommendation on that. I do want to say that that in being present and listening to the back and forth and participating in the conversation, I think there is room in both of my recommendations tonight for us to start out with that base of what the school board expects, but also for the school board to apply and adapt to the situation in each of these private negotiations that we have with the prospective buyer. And I, for one, have settled on the fact that I think that in the case of the Aberdeen Elementary School, I think that this is going to be the best example of fair market value that the board is going to get for that property, unless there's some very different approach that's employed. And likewise, I'll just go ahead and share my hand later on that I've come to a similar conclusion with Southern Pines Primary School, and we'll be offering a similar recommendation for that. So with that, the staff rests. Board has got legal counsel and staff available for any questions. Rather than asking this time for the boards to give us direction, I thought it best that I just put a recommendation out there and ask you all tonight to either vote it up or vote it down.
Thank you. All right, the superintendent has recommended we approve the proposed contract for sale of the old Aberdeen Elementary School property to the town of Aberdeen in the amount of $900,000, subject to the condition that the town also execute an indemnification agreement acceptable to the superintendent and board attorney, and further authorize the superintendent and board attorney to fill in the Moore County Tax Office assessment values of the parcels that are currently left blank in Exhibit C prior to contract execution. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been moved by Mr. Dennison, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Is there discussion? All right, Mr. Levy.
Yeah, because I believe in transparency, can you state the values?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to legal counsel because that came in
Oh,
late.
okay, that's
And,
fine,
yeah,
just
they
somebody
have-
state the
It
values.
is matter of public record. They just, it came in so late in the day that Ms. O'Keefe would have best access to that.
Bear with me one moment, Mr. Levy, while I pull this up.
Yes.
I could look it up too, but it would take me longer than she would, so. Perhaps another question while we wait on that? Is there, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I do have actually another question.
If
Okay.
it's not for legal counsel, she
No,
can look
no,
that
no,
up and you
no,
can
it's
ask her
for,
other
I
questions.
believe it's for Mr. Barath, or it could be for you. If, according to this, if the town flips this property or sells it within a year, we're stuck with the original $900,000 value. Am I correct?
Depends on the value for which they sell it upon.
Well, let's say they sell it at $1 million, something like that. I thought that, or let's say let's sell it for $2 million. I thought that you said that we had to go with the $900,000 value that we sold it for. Am I incorrect?
You're referring to the profit sharing provision.
The profit sharing provision, Mr. Barath. Can you offer Mr. Levy with an example of how it would actually work?
Within the first year, because I thought there was an exception for that first year. That's what I'm asking about.
And that's what the first year is to tie it relative to the value of the date of the transfer of property into the town for those parcels that they are considering selling off for development. And so those parcels would be defined in Exhibit C for those values, and anything above and beyond that price would be proportioned to the sale of the site, and that's where the funds would be shared.
To reword that and subject to legal counsel, we would share in the profit. If all the town is doing is recouping its loss, that's one thing. But if they profit by it, then we share in the profit. Can you be more specific
Even in the first year?
than Mr. Barath?
Yes, I think the only difference would be the tax value that's applied.
So up to the tax value?
Right.
All right.
And I have those, I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Hensley. I have those values in terms of the tax assessment.
Let's go ahead and answer Mr. Levy's first question,
Yes.
and we'll
Well, I was
pick
going
up.
to clarify Mr. Levy's question because it kind of dovetails with mine. So just to clarity, I think this is a clearer way to state it, is we're going to get $900,000. At any future time, if any or all of the parcels are sold at a profit, we're going to get a percentage of those profits.
Correct.
Regardless. So it's 900,000 minimum plus a percentage of the profits if all are part of the parcel sold. Regardless if there's a 15-year run out or something.
That's
But
correct.
yes, right.
I understand, yes.
But what I didn't see, and I was sitting there desperately trying to find it, but what I didn't see is there's a calculation for the run out. But I didn't see in here where it said what percentage of the profit do we share. Does it say in here that it's a 50-50 split or a 25-75? It says it says we get a percentage of the profits, but I do not see in here where it says what percentage of the profits we get, which is important.
So I think the amount that you get in the profit sharing comes down to that tax value that would apply after the first, that's why the tax value matters for the first year, and then what value applies years after that.
But so what's strange about that is and again, I was desperately trying to find it, is you think profit share, it's a 50-50, is it in there?
It is in there, and if you're on page 7 of the contract, under the center paragraph for resale and other disposition of the entirety of the property. It is that, as you referenced, that calculation. So as you get closer to the end of the 15-year, the percentage of the profit that gets shared to us reduces.
Right, but on day one, it looks like it's 100%. So the first year, we would get 100%. Is that correct?
Close, you get a fraction of, so it's very close to 100% if he does it on the first day, if they flip it or of such. So when you go further down the paragraph, he gives an example.
Right.
If they resold the property on December 31st of 2034, the buyer would be obligated to remit 8.3% of the profit to Moore County Schools. And that's based on that ratio.
The profit being from what they sold, we sold it to them for.
Above the assessed tax value.
Above the assessed tax value.
Which they
So
said.
wait a second.
Which they said.
So the number of the assessed tax value, please?
So it varies for different properties. So if I.
Total tax value for the entire.
Approximately 4 million.
4 million, okay? So we only get money if it's sold above $4 million? Is this what you're saying?
If the whole property as a whole is sold, there is that requirements in there that the, give me a second as I'm reading the words here.
It can only exceed.
What?
Ms. O'Keefe,
No,
do you
no,
have
no,
an
I
answer to
wanna
the
hear
question?
I want to hear the answer to this.
Do you have an answer to the question?
So, I mean, I would direct board members to page 7, which I think John Barath is reading from. So it's page 7, the provision in the middle, resale or other disposition of the entirety of the property. And it lays out a specific example whereby over 15 years, it's essentially a sliding scale in terms of what return.
I guess specifically what the board members are asking about is that first-year arrangement.
Actually,
The question is very blunt. It is there no profit sharing for any sale that's under $4 million? In other words, does the town have a 100% take if the sale if they were to sell hypothetically, they're not going to sell the whole property because they've made it clear. They want the part of the property with the gym and the auditorium. But just for the sake of clarity, to explain the arrangement.
So I don't believe that's the correct cap or calculus. I know that Mr. Ramey, who negotiated this, is available by phone.
Would you please get him on the phone?
Certainly.
Because this is an important question for board members. And this amount, this tax assessed value came in like very late this afternoon. So to be honest, I cannot answer the question because it was finalized late this afternoon, right before the meeting by the town attorney and the school board attorney.
So let me also clarify. I think it's better to talk about after the first year. Because the first year, you've got the 900,000. It's after the first year, so if they wait a year and sell it and don't get $4.5 million.
Well, there's a run out. So here's my concerns. The Southern Pines Elementary deal, to my recollection, it was the cost basis of the property which formed the profit. So, they paid 900,000, Southern Pines Elementary, say they paid $1 million and they sold it for 1.5 million. The delta was 500,000. So that's definition of profit, right? The tax value came in when calculating the value of small parcels relative to the rest. That's where tax value came in, was, they sell a small parcel, what's the tax value of that parcel? And then you divide that by the tax value of the entirety. And it's kind of strange that profit is based upon tax value, which is arbitrarily set by the town, which is currently set at $4 million, which we all laugh at.
Yeah, let's defer. Mr. Ramey's on the call. Mr. Ramey, have you been tracking the conversation?
Yes, I have. I think I can clear up some confusion on this. Can everyone hear me?
Let's get a little bit more
Yes.
volume if we can, Mr. Eklund.
Is that better?
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Much better, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
on-
thanks. I think I can clear this up. I'm hearing most of the correct information there, but it's a little tricky. So for starters, let me just say that this is the profit sharing provision. It's pretty much the same as what we had for Southern Pines Elementary and what we've also proposed for Southern Pines Primary. So it's basically the same. There's one little difference I'll get to in a minute. And the way it works is it is a 15-year sliding scale. And let's start with if they flip the whole site, that's easy. Then the way it works is if they flip the whole site on day one and they make a profit of X, you get all of X, right? If they flip the site 15 years after you sell it to them, then you're going to get almost zero, just a little bit. And it's a smooth sliding scale. Every day the percentage goes down a little bit. So the sooner they flip, the more of the profit you get, okay? So that part's pretty straightforward. But what gets tricky with the tax value, the only reason we say anything about tax value doesn't determine the profit. We don't subtract tax value from sale price, nothing like that. The only time the tax value comes into play is if the town were to flip a smaller portion of the site, not the entire site. Okay. Then we have a quandary. How do we determine how much profit they made? They paid $900 for the whole site. They sold a quarter of the site for $200,000. Is that a profit, a loss? How do we know? So that's where we turn to tax values. So the tax values don't matter in this other than they're just relative values. They tell us, how do we determine, whether there's a profit here? Well, we say prior to the sale of the smaller parcel, the tax value and we can ask the tax department for a very specific assessment. For if the town sells just this part, what's the tax value? They'll quickly give us an opinion. They'll say that tax value is X, the tax value for the entire site is Y. We divide those two numbers. Now we've got a ratio. Now we apply that same ratio to the profit, and that's the share of profit you get. Because we're basically prorating the profit from the sale of the smaller parcel.
But the profit is based on the $900,000 sale price, regardless of the tax value. Am I correct?
Right. Tax value is.
Yes.
That's right. If I understand you correctly, that's right. We don't compare tax value to sale price. We don't say, since you didn't get $4 million.
All right. Now,
And
now I understand.
For clarification, and what I was desperately searching for and couldn't find, it's on the bottom of page 8 of the contract under definitions of profit, and it is the sales price. If they resold it minus what they bought it for. So it was just part
So
of
it
the
sounds like a
document.
win-win.
So it's a ratio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sell it.
exactly. It's a ratio. And I would say this is really tricky. I mean, this took a lot of work between me and John May, your real estate attorney, and we invented this provision, so it is unusual, and I get the confusion. But yeah, basically, I think you guys got it now. It's a ratio. The tax value has nothing to do with whether there's a profit on the sale of the site or not. It's just we're looking at how to value the relative value of a smaller part of the entire site.
Thank you, Mr. Ramey. Madam Chair?
Are there further questions? All right, seeing none, let me restate this motion because it's lengthy. To approve the proposed contract for sale of the old Aberdeen Elementary School property to the town of Aberdeen in the amount of $900,000, subject to the condition that the town also execute an indemnification agreement acceptable to the superintendent and board attorney, and to further authorize the superintendent and board attorney to fill in the Moore County Tax Office assessment values of the parcels that are currently left blank in Exhibit C prior to contract execution. All right, we will now proceed to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, the motion carries 6-1. All right, we now move to disposal of the old Southern Pines Primary School property site. Dr. Grimacy.
I'll let Mr. Brath be the starting pitcher this time.
Thank you, Dr. Dempsey. As you'll recall, at our work session on October 4th, I provided an update on the negotiations of the contract and the terms and provisions therein. I can report to you this time that between the school board attorney, who has worked with legal counsel for the trust on all these items, and all legal issues have been resolved to the satisfaction of both parties, attorneys, and to the administration. Now, a copy of the proposed purchase contract is included in the executive summary. And again, just as with the other one, to inform the board that should the board approve the proposed contract, the closing date will be held 10 days following a 60-day due diligence period. And with that, I'll turn it back to Dr. Grimacy.
Yes, Madam Chair, as I indicated earlier, I recommend the school board consider a motion to approve the proposed contract for sale of the old Southern Pines Primary School property to the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust as presented. Do so after a long journey of listening to lots of discussion and looking at lots of different options and evaluating the upside and downside at all times, never being critical of the land trust's plan, but at the same time, always wanting to ensure that the school board obtained fair market value. The superintendent has concluded that the land trust's latest offer does represent fair market value in my opinion. That's subject to the board's final evaluation, and I have concluded that. I think that the land trust's attorney has worked with Mr. Ramey with fidelity, and I feel as though that I have no other choice but to offer my recommendation for this motion. And so I submit and happy to allow any questions or further discussion with Mr. Brath, myself, and legal counsel.
All right, the superintendent has recommended the approval of the proposed contract for sale of the old Southern Pines Primary School property to the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair, yeah, first, I'm sorry, could you restate the motion? I was
To
looking-
approve the proposed contract for sale of the old Southern Pines Primary School property to the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust as presented.
Okay, thank you. I have discussion. So tonight, we heard many people from support of Southern Pines Land Trust, and most of what I heard was an emotional appeal. And although myself and other board members are sympathetic to that, it is not our job. It is not our job to succumb to an emotional appeal. It's our job to do our fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers and the citizens of Moore County and the students of Moore County schools by getting the absolute most that we can out of this property. And I would remind the board that although they were verbal offers, there have been verbal offers for 40, 50% more, well, 30, whatever the math is, between 30 to 40% more. So I'm not going to rehash a lot of my objections to this. You know, I would remind the board of our fiduciary responsibility, which I just did. And there are many legal issues surrounding this that I don't feel have been properly resolved. But I do want to say that I want to specifically address issues specific to the contract. And I don't think that the contract is where it needs to be. And I'll tell you why. And very, very specifically, is that the proposal is to sell this property to a land trust.
And I don't have the general statute in front of me, but the general statute, there's very specific rules to do a private negotiated sale to a land trust. And one of those rules is that what's it called, Bob? A restriction on the deed? A restriction on the deed a restriction has to be placed, it's North Carolina law. A restriction has to be placed on the deed serving the purpose of the trust. And the purpose of a land trust is that land is held in that trust in perpetuity. For example, the pilot's been running stories about the Three Rivers Land Trust or whatever it's called. When land goes into that trust, land is in that trust in perpetuity. And trusts can trade and sell land among themselves, but once it's put into a trust, land that never comes out of a land trust. That's why it's called a land trust. And the general statute requires that. And I don't see, nor have I seen, any language of the proposed deed restriction. And it's required by law. And contrary to that, not only do I not see language placing this in perpetuity in a trust, I see in the contract how the buyer can resell it. So that is in direct conflict with the purpose of a land trust. And further, I've certainly seen reports in the pilot, and I think that I've seen letters. I don't have it in front of me, so I can't say with 100% certainty, but I can say with ivory soap, 99.44% pure certainty, that I thought I saw the land trust itself state in a document that they plan on reselling part of this property to entities such as Habitat for Humanity to build low-income house for teachers. That was in the plan. It's been reported in the pilot. And again, I can't say with 100% certainty, but certainly 99% certainty. And again, the contract in here has how they can resell it, which is prohibited. So I do not think that the contract is where it needs to be because it's contrary to North Carolina general statutes. And I'll read you, it specifically says, in recognition of the fact that buyer, that's the Southern Pines Land Trust, may thereafter resell some or all of the property at a higher price than paid to the buyer or seller, by the buyer to the seller. That is in direct contradiction of the purpose of a land trust. And it's contrary, I believe, to the North Carolina general statute, which says you have to put a restriction on the deed for the purpose of the trust. And I'm confused as to whether the purpose of the trust is to flip land to Habitat for Humanity, or it's to preserve historical property in perpetuity. One other point I want to make is there's a special provision governing involuntary resale. And it's actually interesting because, so let's say for a minute that there's this whole section in here about resale by the buyer. Then it says special provision governing involuntary resale. And it's my understanding that this was put in by the land trust attorney. And basically it says, if we sell the land to the trust, and in the first case, if the trust resells it, much like you heard with the town of Aberdeen, they have to share part of the profit with us. Okay, setting aside for a minute, that is my belief that that's contrary to the purpose of a land trust. This part about an involuntary resale is particularly chilling because what it states is if the land gets repossessed or for some reason goes into involuntary resale. Okay, so let's stop there for a minute. So if it goes into involuntary resale, that means that it's getting repossessed by a bank or something. So the land trust has put it up for collateral. If land can't be transferred, then it can't be put up for collateral because a bank isn't going to loan money against land that they can't repossess. So this provision right there is contradictory. But let me proceed. So what we're doing is this particular provision is protecting banks. It's protecting lenders so that they're made whole at the expense of Moore County schools. That's exactly the effect of that. If Southern Pines Land Trust sells 5 acres and makes $10 million, we get a percentage of that. Everyone's happy, right? If the bank repossesses it, the bank's made whole and we're left holding nothing. So this provision is contrary to the purpose of a land trust, first of all. Secondly, it's on the backs of the school children. And why would we make the banks whole? It just doesn't make sense. And then finally, this provision in here is exactly what got the North Carolina, this is happening right now. You can look at it in Cabarrus County. There was an entity that provided services to exceptional children in Mecklenburg County and Cabarrus County schools. And for some reason, the Department of Health and Human Services gave them a large grant on the magnitude of $10 to $15 million. It was a huge grant, and they built a building. They built a building with that money. And then they declared bankruptcy. They had a provision just like this in their contract. And they declared bankruptcy, and they sold that building for $10 million, put it in their pocket, and walked away. That is the net effect of this. And I'm not saying the Southern Pines Land Trust would do that, but I'm saying I can point to an example in Cabarrus County where that happened with just this provision. So my point is that there's parts of the contract that are contrary to the purpose of the land trust. And
with your permission, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not going to respond. I had discussion on those matters with legal counsel. Legal counsel satisfied my concerns. I'll defer to legal counsel to, for the record, just offer whatever to provide context to Mr. Hensley, legal counsel's context to Mr. Hensley's concerns.
And this is Neil. If you can hear me, I'd go ahead and tag this one since I've been drafting these agreements. I know Mara's most up to speed on it, but I think I can address most of it. I will say there was a lot of content there in what Mr. Hensley just said, so I'm not sure I'm going to capture everything. But let me hit a couple points that stick out in my memory of what was just said. I think that the main principal point I heard from Mr. Hensley is he believes the contract would violate North Carolina law or position the board to violate the law because there's not a stipulation on the preservation easements that would be part of the preservation of the historic or cultural value of the site. And part of the confusion here may be, Mr. Hensley wasn't on the board when these discussions first started, but if you wind back the clock, I mean, we had, I think in 2019, an opinion of counsel letter from a lawyer representing the trust, committing that they would meet all of the criteria under the statute. It's one of the things the board, I think, reasonably asked for, said we can't know what will happen once we convey the deed over. So we did get assurances from a opinion of counsel letter from their attorney that they would satisfy all the requirements of the statute. That includes the deed. I've also shared, it is obviously a requirement that there would be, some deed restrictions, and obviously we have to go to a closing, and you're represented by counsel at your closing. So your lawyers and your superintendent and your board chair aren't going to sign off on, final copies of agreements and convey a deed unless we have looked over stuff to make sure that those conditions are met. And I've also shared, if the board wants to see the deed, we can come back. I'll talk to Tom Van Camp about the timing. We'll figure it out, and we'll get the deed drafted so the board can look at it. So I think we can address those concerns. Just they would be addressed anyway. These are things we've thought about and planned about when these discussions first started a couple of years ago. But certainly, I think we can satisfy the board that those requirements are met. After the property's conveyed, I've also shared at that point it becomes the trust's obligation and the trust's responsibility. I think at some point when you sell something to someone else, it's not your responsibility in perpetuity to make sure they comply with the law. So I do trust that the trust is represented by very competent counsel. I believe they're taking these obligations seriously. If they were not, and some you never know what may happen in the future. If years down the road they say, you know what, to heck with the easements, let's put up a McDonald's here and let's just make it all commercial. I think somebody could file a legal challenge against the trust. That wouldn't be a claim against the Moore County Schools. But again, I'm quite sure that the trust is looking very closely at these issues, and that we'll see those deed restrictions. We can take care of it all at closing. I think that was the main issue, and I'll stop there. I kind of lost track of some of the other points.
If I could, let me just jump in. Yes, Mr. Ramey, I got there and I was long-winded getting there, but that's exactly my concern is our job. And again, this is no accusations against the Southern Pines Land Trust, but I saw this happen in Cabarrus County, and it is our job, it is our job to make sure that the general statutes are followed, and the general statute requires, and I'm doing this from memory, but it's pretty close, that that a restriction on the deed be put in place in perpetuity for the purpose of the trust. And that purpose of the trust gives them a lot of latitude, so therefore the board has an interest in making sure that the language on the restrictions of that deed, just like we did with, in great detail with Moore Montessori Community School, we need to make sure as a board that the general statute's followed and that the restriction is in accordance with the spirit and intent of the general statute. So I would move to amend the motion that the contract is subject to deed restrictions being placed and approved by the board.
Madam Chair, isn't that what the attorney told us that he was going to do?
Yes, Mr. Dennison, that's what I'm doing, is I'm making it a requirement by amending the motion that the deed restrictions be drafted and presented before the board so that we can make sure that the general statute's followed and that it's the purpose of the trust, that it is accurately reflected.
If I might, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, just to clarify, legal counsel was offering the board with a suggestion, and Mr. Hensley has taken up on that. That is not my recommendation. So in order for that to become part of the recommendation, it would require an amendment, which Mr. Hensley has offered at the suggestion of legal counsel.
Yeah, actually, well, let me, it's not my suggestion, I'm just answering questions, but I will say a way I would sort of tweak what Mr. Hensley is suggesting that I think gets at the intent. It's if the board wants to approve the purchase contract now, I don't see any problem with that. If the majority of the board is ready to say, let's get the contract signed, I think the stipulation that Mr. Hensley is looking for is before we close, before the trust actually owns, they don't own the property until there's a real estate closing, that he wants to see the deed. And so if a majority of the board says we agree, we want
And
to see the
it's
deed,
subject to the approval of the board.
then it would be a condition of closing,
can I-
not of signing the purchase contract.
Madam Chair?
Okay, hold on just a moment. We need a second for his.
I'll second it. It's
okay.
fine.
Now, let me just restate what I think you have said. This would change the ending of the approval of the proposed contract for sale of the Old Southern Pines Primary School property to the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust as presented with deed restrictions drafted and approved by the board before closing.
I'm sorry, could you state that again?
Okay, so the addition, the amendment was with deed restrictions drafted and approved by the board drafted by attorneys and approved by the board before closing.
Correct. It's subject to board approval of the deed restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
Is legal counsel comfortable with that interpretation
Yes,
representing
yes,
his?
I think that is taking my suggestion to heart, which is, again, the board could, I think there's no reason if a majority of the board wants to approve the purchase contract, go ahead and do that. Don't say we're not going to sign the contract yet. What Mr. Hensley is suggesting is, and if the majority of the board agrees, I have no problem with it, is bring us back the deed before closing. Now that there's a timing issue there, but I think we can work that out.
If
So,
I could
yes,
if I could restate it, that closing is subject to deed restriction approval by the board.
Okay, here's how I had it worded.
That captures it.
With deed restrictions drafted by attorneys and approved by the board before closing.
I think the term subject to board approval of the deed, that the contracts, the first part, and then comma, subject to board approval of the deed restrictions. So subject to board approval of the deed restrictions.
We voting on that first?
Yeah, we'll have to vote on the
Can
amendment.
can I speak to it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm a little bit uncomfortable. I seconded it because I think it makes it a better motion. Not that I am in agreement with the motion, with the major motion, but I see a situation where we disagree with the restriction, and yet we've signed a purchase contract. And I don't see any guidance in the purchase contract for the deed restriction. That's one of my problems with this whole contract overall. So I could see us in a real pickle here. And by the way, I do have a question of counsel. Doesn't that deed restriction have to be, I thought I read in the statute, that it had to be for education in perpetuity? Am I correct?
No, it says neither education nor perpetuity. It just says there has to be a preservation easement. So, I do think you make a fair point that, if we didn't have people paying attention here to what's going on and looking at documents and taking the closing seriously, in theory, that things could go awry. I mean, again, I can just reiterate, we're operating in good faith here with attorney I trust, and nobody's playing shenanigans, and there's going to be a preservation easement. It's going to be part of the deed. So it's up to the board however you want to deal with this, but I can offer you assurances that if you just approve the contract, we're going to do it right.
But counsel,
and one point, another point is just a final point is keep in mind that trust has also agreed to and signed an indemnification agreement. So if there's anything that's coloring outside the lines legally, it's the trust that would be responsible for that. So I think for that reason alone, they are and should take this very seriously and do things the right way.
counsel, let me ask a question. Preserve what?
So I can.
What are we preserving?
There's the requirement is that there's, and I don't have the statute in front of me, so it's not verbatim, but that there has to be a preservation easement or conservation easement regarding the to help preserve the property for the historic or cultural value for which it qualifies under the statute. And again, winding back the clock, we have submissions from the trust in support of their view that it has cultural and historic value. We've got an opinion of council letter to that effect.
But
they've agreed to indemnify the school system and take.
Does that mean we have to?
Liability rising from that issue.
I'm sorry. But counsel, does that mean it has to be a school?
No.
Or can
No,
it be,
there's nothing about
can you have
education in that.
historical and cultural value if you build a bunch of houses and sell these brand-new houses to somebody?
There's no case law that's that specific, Mr. Levy. There's nothing in the statute that would suggest that it's quite that specific or clear. Again, I mean, it just says you have to have, a preservation or conservation easement. The property has to have historic or cultural or artistic or other value. There's a long list of phrases. I think the words that most are apt here are historic and cultural value. There's no standard for determining in the statute or in case law. How do you know if something has historic value? What's the what 16 criteria make up the story? There's nothing like that specific.
I've got to tell you, I've got to tell you something. I think if I was a person who's going to sue us over this, I would probably get a recording of my own confusion and say, it's just not clear. If we have to have a preservation easement, it's definitely not clear to me what has to be preserved.
Bob, I'm going to answer
Right,
that.
I think your concern is with the ambiguity in the statute, though. That's not. We none of us wrote the statute. The general.
Yeah, but we're to rely on you to negotiate an easement. and we don't know what the easement is going to be, or the covenant.
But the statute, right, the statute just says there has to be one. So I don't see a great, I guess we're kind of getting in, we have talked about some of these issues in closed session. I probably be careful about how much legal opinion I'm sharing in open. I think I've addressed this, on other occasions, so I probably won't say too much more on issues, especially if you're talking about claims. I'm not aware of any actual claims. We do have the letter we've discussed from a lawyer with an undisclosed client expressing concern, but he hasn't said he's intending to file a lawsuit. The trust has agreed to indemnify. I think that I guess I don't know what more to say without really having a closed session discussion in open session.
Madam Chair, I suggest that we move forward with our vote and follow up on Mr. Hensley's suggestion with the D.
Just one quick closing comment. I think I can shed some light on Mr. Levy's. Again, I'm doing this from memory, but the issue with the conservation easement, as Mr. Ramey said, there has to be a conservation easement put into place for the purpose of the trust, right? Does anyone know the exact language? Anyway, so that's why I did my motion to amend. So that once we see the deed and everything is as what we expect, it's put in trust in perpetuity, then we've done our duty, and then everything can close and move forward.
Right, and let me restate the additional words. We will be voting just on the amendment, which would be worded, with deed restrictions drafted by the attorneys and subject to approval by the board of deed restrictions prior to closing. All those in favor of, I thought you were getting something.
This is the amendment.
This is just the amendment you're voting on. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed.
I'm opposed.
Sorry.
Yeah, all right, so the motion carries 5-2. All right, now we will proceed to vote on the overall motion, which is to approve the proposed contract for sale of the old Southern Pines Primary School property to the Southern Pines Land and Housing Trust with deed restrictions drafted by the attorneys and subject to approval by the board of the deed restrictions prior to closing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The motion carries 5-2. We will now move on to the Moore County Schools Selected School Improvement Plans for 21 to 23.
Madam Chairman, the school board received presentations of school improvement plans from 11 schools during your work session, called work session last Tuesday. In accordance with statute, those plans are before you for your consideration this evening. The superintendent recommends that you consider a motion to approve those improvement plans. I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf if they have any final remarks.
No, sir, we do not. Thank
Happy to answer any questions that board members may have.
All right, the superintendent's recommendation is that the school board can approve the 2021 to 2023 MCS school improvement plans as presented. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
All right, the motion has been moved by Mr. Dennison and seconded by Mr. Thompson. Floor is open for discussion.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Levy?
I move to amend the motion. Now, I want to be very, very clear because I got council's a memo on the subject. I am not amending the school improvement plans, okay? However, I do move to amend the motion as follows. That the approval will be for 1 year only. Upon renewal, the board will consider the effectiveness of the plan to include, but be not limited to, whether the plans reduced the educational gap between emotionally disadvantaged students and the general population as measured by grade level performance in reading and math by a target of 50%, and whether the improvement has raised the overall grade level performance of all students
in reading and math by 20%. This does not amend the plan, but does give the board certain metrics to consider when renewing the plan next year.
All right, I'm afraid I cannot repeat that motion.
Okay, I have it, I have it written, I can,
If everyone listened carefully to Mr. Levy's amendment, are there questions at this point? Oh, there needs to be a second, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
All right, second by Mr. Holmes. Are there questions at this point?
may I speak to the
Yeah, what was the third sentence?
third, approve the plan for 1 year. Upon renewal, the board will consider the effectiveness of the plan to include but not be limited to whether the plans reduced the educational gap between emotionally disadvantaged students and the general population as measured by grade level performance in reading and math by a target of 50%. In other words, the economically disadvantaged students versus the general population reduced by 50%. It's a target.
I like that. I'm sorry to interrupt. I like that, but we need to have a plan for that, okay? And I think that we need to talk about a plan first, about, yeah, we have these goals, how are we gonna achieve these goals?
Well, that is the school improvement plans as have been outlined, but what I'm really saying is, come next year, we're going to look at this, look at these school improvement plans, and see, did they meet these goals? If they did, that would be great. If they came close, that would be great too. But if they did not even come close to these goals, or did not move the needle at all, we would know that we have to change the school improvement plans. The bottom line is, you know, there are a bunch of speakers here today, and they said, we need to take care of academics, and we sure do, because we've been trying to sell real estate, and, you know, it's a very tough thing for a board of so many people to sell real estate, okay? I'm very, very glad we're getting back to academics, okay? But in order to get to academics, we have to figure out targets, where we want to be. So in other words, what I would say is, if I had a plan for Mr. Hensley's business, you know, and say, if we did this, I think it'd be good for you. First thing Mr. Hensley would probably tell me is, how much more money is that going to make me? Okay? Well, we have a great school improvement plan, and let me tell you something. I believe that the teachers and the parents who came into these school improvement teams, they worked hard to give us a presentation that we heard. Okay? But we've got to set goals, okay, so we can see whether their school improvement plan actually improved the schools. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to improve the schools. And for heaven's sakes, we've got great schools. But we do know that when we have 50% grade level performance, and we know that Union County has 62% grade level performance, we've got to come up. We also know, and I pointed this out, that if we looked at certain subgroups, and we wanted to know what their grade level performance was, what we had to do was take the overall performance and divide by 2. That's terrible. So we need to go forward with the school improvement, but we need to set goals for ourselves. It's both for ourselves and for the school improvement teams, so that we can then judge how we're doing. And these are not in stone, they're goals. They're things that we're hoping to get. And we're saying that we're going to take our disadvantaged students, our economically disadvantaged students, and we're going to close that gap by 50%. But yet we're going to take our overall population, and we want to see them rise to 20%, okay, at the same time. So that we're not saying, okay, it's okay for the general population to lower down
and maybe the disadvantaged population to come up a little bit. So these are our goals. And then this will also should guide our schools to see what we're looking at. And then in the end, hopefully, we're going to get some great results. That's the way I believe we ought to work the education system. Submit.
Are there responses?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair? Yeah, this is Neil. I'm sorry. If I may, I just have a couple of thoughts. I mean, I think Mr. Levy has raised some very interesting, thoughtful questions that are certainly warrant careful consideration by staff and the board. My suggestion would be, though, right now, what you have the action item before you is on the school improvement plans, right? And the statute on school improvement teams and school improvement plans says the board votes them up or down. So I get what Mr. Levy's saying. He's trying to draw a distinction. It's not a we're saying yes to them, but we're adding something else. But that raises a couple issues. One is it germane to the motion, which is to approve the school improvement plans? And secondly, just kind of from a process standpoint, I think I would give some thought to schedule a separate discussion on, setting district-wide, goals for schools. That would enable, preparation on that subject. Other board members can do their homework, give it some thought. Staff could come up with some data and some staff recommendations. I think you have a fuller discussion of that. But primarily my concern is just, I don't want to blur a separate issue with the school improvement team vote, where really by law, I think there should be a yes or no vote on the plans that have been presented.
Council, first of all, we can limit it to a year. The statute says up to a year, up to 2 years. Okay, am I correct on that? Am I correct, council?
I believe that's right. I believe it's up to 2 years.
I know I'm correct.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Number two. We're not changing the school improvement program, but I'm not going to, we've got people here who are saying, why do you show 50% of the children on grade level when at third grade, you're supposed to hold back kids who are not on grade level, okay? But of course, we pass them anyway. There are all sorts of loopholes in that law and the like. But we've got to sit down and we've got to say to ourselves that we're not changing the school improvement program. And by the way, that's supposed to be, whatever. We're not changing the school improvement program, but we are setting goals for ourselves. And unless, what good does it do for us to have a school improvement program when we don't know what are we expecting the improvement to be? It would be ridiculous.
Madam Chair, I have a
Mr.
comment.
Dennison.
Bob, you're making people believe that our school improvement plans don't have goals for performance. They all do, and they're very specific in percentages, from this percentage to this percentage. I don't know if you read them all or not, but
I have read them.
Every single school has that.
And their presentation, they did.
All right, the question has been called, which ends debate. We would only be voting on Mr. Levy's amendment, which, Mr. Levy, would you like to restate
Point
it?
of order, Madam Chair. Calling the question requires a vote, and to pass it requires a 2/3 majority.
You're right.
So, point of information, Madam Chair. Is there anyone who additionally wants to speak?
We can vote on Ms. Caldwell's motion, but it doesn't become automatic.
You're
It
exactly
requires a
right.
2/3
You're
vote.
exactly right. Is there anyone else who would like to speak before we do this? Because I would. I'm going to pass the gavel to Ms. Thompson there. I want to follow up on what Mr. Dennison has just said, which is that every one of those school improvement plans.
Excuse me, point of order, Madam Chair. We have to vote on Ms. Caldwell's.
Didn't get seconded.
I second
Take a
it.
withdrawal.
Well, she can withdraw it, certainly, but I don't.
Well, all we'd be voting on
Well,
is
it's
to end
seconded.
debate.
It's seconded.
I beg your,
I may have misunderstood. I thought that's what you were teeing up, was a vote on that before.
on just the amendment, yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Right, but Ms. Caldwell called the question. I seconded it, and we got to
It's for
vote.
the amendment, yeah.
This is just to end discussion on the amendment.
Correct.
Okay?
Let's vote.
All right, then we will go ahead and vote. All right, so the question is simply to end debate on the amendment. All those in favor of ending debate on the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
So that's,
All right, the motion carries.
no,
Didn't.
Madam Chair, it didn't. It was a 4-3 vote.
Bob didn't raise his hand.
I
very
did,
high.
I did raise my hand.
All right,
So how did you vote to end debate?
I voted to end debate, yes, I did.
yes, so the motion
And
carries.
You voted to end debate on your own motion?
I voted to end debate on my, yes.
So you talk for 30 minutes and then you vote to close debate.
He's
Before-
used up-
before-
I
before
didn't
the
make
chair
the
gets to
motion.
say anything.
He's
I
used
didn't
up
make the
all his
motion.
Look,
time
man,
to
I'm just
speak.
clarifying, but
Okay. All right, let's
You-
go back to,
You
all
want
right,
me to
so
move to
now
reconsider? I'll move to reconsider if you have something else to say. That's cool.
we will move to
I do.
a vote
Okay,
on
then,
the
Madam
amendment.
Chair, I move to reconsider.
All right, and I would like to say something, and since I haven't spoken yet, I've passed the gavel to Ms. Thompson. As we approach the school improvement plans, let me just say I was most impressed with all of our school improvement plans because they are so factually based. They are statistically driven, and they have proven to us that they have set goals within each individual school that are appropriate for each individual school. The idea of us trying to do a sweeping across the board guideline of expectations, considering the differences within our school populations, is totally absurd. And I truly just cannot support that. We are on a rotating 2-year basis, which gives our schools time to enact the programs that they have. These things don't happen overnight, and they must be given time to develop. And therefore, I would put full support behind the school improvement plans as presented this past week by the 11 schools that brought them forward. Are there further comments on the amendment?
the only comment that I have, there's a part of Mr. Levy's amendment that I wholeheartedly support, and that is the requirement to report back in 1 year. But, we can do that outside of an additional school improvement plan and just, hey, superintendent, give us an update.
And I do believe we get one.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion, we're now voting up or down on the motion
To amend.
to amend, and I'm sorry, Mr. Levy, would you like to restate it?
Okay, I can, sure.
Oh, does he?
Does he have to?
Well, you want to know what you're voting
You
on?
asked me to restate it. I'll restate it. Okay. Approve the school improvement plan for 1 year only. Upon renewal, the board will consider the effectiveness of the plan to include but not be limited to whether the plans reduced the educational gap between economically disadvantaged students and the general population, as measured by grade level performance in both reading and math by a target of 50%, and raise the overall grade level performance of all students in reading and math by 20%. This does not amend the plan, but does give the board certain metrics to consider when renewing the plans.
All right, the amendment has been restated. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. The motion fails. The amendment fails. All right, now we return to the actual motion, which is that we approve the 2021-2023 Moore County School Improvement Plans as presented. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Hensley?
Madam Chair, yes. And I did not realize that school improvement plans were covered by a general statute until the board attorney pointed it out in some legal advice. And subsequent to the school improvement plans, which I thought were, subject, other than the issues I pointed out in the work session, I thought they were great. But I'm concerned that we haven't followed the general statute. And I'm going to raise 3 concerns. 2 are really administrative, but 1 is a serious concern. The first thing, I'm going to do the 2 that are kind of administrative first. And I don't think we can approve the school improvement plans, and I'll tell you why. The first thing is the representatives of the of the parents shall be elected by the parents of children enrolled in the school. And I saw no evidence of the parent representatives being elected. It just wasn't presented. I mean, it may have happened, but it wasn't presented to the board, so I can't say one way or another whether that was met. Secondly, and again, the first two are minor. The second thing is there has to be a school vote on the plan, and that the principal has to put the school improvement plan out to be voted on by secret ballot by all the principals, assistant principals, instructional personnel, instructional support personnel, and teacher assistants assigned to the school for their review and vote, and that has to be a secret ballot. That may or may not have occurred, but no evidence was presented to this board, and that could have just been as simple as, hey, here's our procedures, and there was a secret ballot, but I don't know that, and I don't know that any other board member knows that. Those two are administrative. The third one, though, I think is, won't allow us to approve them. And specifically it says, consideration of the school safety component of the plan. And pay careful attention. The superintendent shall review the school safety components of the school improvement plans and make written recommendations on them to the local board of education. I haven't seen any written recommendation on the school safety components of the school improvement plans from the superintendent. And then it continues, prior to a vote to accept a school's improvement plan, the local board of education shall review the school safety components of the plan for that school in closed session. Note it says, prior to a vote to accept a school's improvement plan, the local board of education, that's us, shall review the school safety components of the plan for that school in closed session. And I don't recall doing that.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir. Would you like to respond?
Suggestion that there are administrative and legal oversights. I would like to start with legal counsel to respond to the, what legal counsel knows has been our practice of the annual process of reviewing school safety plans, aligned with what we do with school improvement plans, and are there any other, is there any other legal perspective that can be brought to that? And then I'll defer to Drs. Locklear and Metcalf to respond to the administrative concerns. Is Neil still?
I'm not sure I heard everything there. This is Neil. I'll just say I do believe the practice has been that the board has been presented with the confidential school security portions in closed session separately from the other. So it's a bifurcated process. It's done annually. So you know, I don't see really the concern there. I guess the school improvement team, if they had a concern about that, could raise a concern with the board. You know, the way the statute reads, it's really the school improvement team comes up with the plan, board votes up or down, and if there's a disagreement, they can go to a mediation. So any claims would be the school improvement team's claims. I don't know that there's I just haven't heard any concerns of any violations of the law here. I know we've given some memos to staff on school improvement team process, and I'm just not aware of any implementation issues.
Please speak to the order. It has been our practice that the board act on the school improvement plans in October and that the board act on the school safety plans in December. Can you please opine on that order that has been a tradition for quite some time?
I don't know how long that's been the case, Dr. Grimsey, and I don't have the statute in front of me, and I'm not prepared to offer a full legal opinion, but I'm happy to look into it. But again, like I just said, I don't see a concern unless the school improvement team had a concern with it. There's no one being wronged here. It's a process that has been established and seems to be working well. So I don't have any present concerns. I'm happy to give it more study.
If I could, sir, I am responding to your concerns.
Like
Can I be allowed to finish?
On violations of law in closed session.
Madam Chair, can I be allowed to finish?
Yes, and I'm not sure what Mr. Ramey said there at the end.
Yeah. You were being interrupted, Mr. Ramey. I couldn't hear you. I was asking if we could have just a minute to finish. Go ahead, please. Restate what you just said, please.
I was just saying that I don't, like I just said, I don't know all the ins and outs of the process. I don't have the statute in front of me. Happy to give it further review. I don't see any immediate concerns because what the statute provides is that the school improvement process is a dialogue between the board and the school improvement teams. So if there is any concern, it would be the school improvement teams that would be the ones who were wronged and would express that concern, and I'm aware of no such.
Okay, we
concerns.
I keep trying to bring
Happy
us
to
back to the central question of the order. Mr. Hensley would assert that, that we are that we are not in compliance with the statute by virtue of the fact that the school improvement plan is approved in advance of the school safety plan.
Right.
It has been
Right.
our tradition for multiple years for the school safety plans to be acted upon in closed session in December, and the school improvement plans in October. To what extent does that present a legal risk that rises to the level that I might have to withdraw my recommendation?
Dr. Grimsey, I'm trying to answer that question. I don't have the statute in front of me. I would be happy to give it further review and offer you an opinion. I don't think it's really something you want me to say in open session, if there were a problem anyway. So let me, if I could, let us review the issue and get back to you. I don't see any immediate concerns. Nobody's complaining. If there is a claim, it would be a school improvement team claim against the board. The school improvement teams aren't complaining about this. So I don't see this as a urgent, pressing issue. There's a lot of laws out there. We can check on any of them to make sure there's full compliance. If this is an issue you'd like us to review, we're happy to review it.
And I'll just add that I'm looking at the statute right now, and it just has an order of before, so I think there could be an argument that if you've adopted the security plan in December, that would be before adoption of the school improvement plan in the later October timeframe.
there's never-
But again, we're happy to look into that further.
Yeah, there's never been a concern in terms of it's been a pattern where our school improvement plans are ready in October, and our school safety plans, the refinement of those, it's not like we rewrite them every year. It's just a practice that we've had of reviewing them and then fitting it into the board's calendar has been the issue. The school safety plans are going to basically be very similar every year unless there's some lessons learned. The school improvement plans are based on a wide variety of metrics, all of which become available in August and September and are clearly the focus of the staff at that particular time, and they're ready to present them. At this point, I'll defer to the administrative concerns that were raised to Drs. Locklear and Metcalf on the question of the election of board members and the vote on the plans. What Mr. Hensley said he didn't really know if this was done or not. Can you provide some elaboration on that?
I would just like, before Dr. Locklear, to comment on Mr. Hensley's comment about not knowing the process of staff becoming a part of the SIT group. And I believe I remember when Sandhills Farm Life presented, I believe it was Ms. Williams that made comment of the process of how the SIT group gets elected. I believe I had in my notes, I remember her saying that. So they do go through that process that's stated out in Statute 115C-105 with regard to the process of how they get elected to the SIT team.
Please comment on the fidelity of all schools, please.
Yes, we, as Mr. Ramey noted, we've shared the guidance from the statute and what the requirements are with our schools. We've discussed that. Each of our schools, once their team develops a plan, do vote on it. Each time that they're voting on their plan, they also vote on their representatives on the school improvement team. So that includes all the representatives that are involved in the team.
All right, so that is the direction that they're given?
Yes, sir.
All right, and is there a process by which you're double checking to make sure everybody does that?
We're verifying with our schools that they're working those processes. We're reminding of those processes. There isn't a process where I look at every single thing and verify, no, sir, but I'm trusting our administrators and our school staff to do that.
Okay, and so if an individual has any questions about whether or not that requirement has been met, and a parent, for example, or a new staff member that doesn't know, to whom should they direct those questions?
The principal.
Okay, and if they find that perhaps the requirement wasn't met to fidelity, what then is the next appropriate step to ensure that it does take place?
Dr. Metcalf or myself.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman, I think that on a number of issues tonight. I want to remind the board that on November 4th, you've committed to an all-day work session where you'll begin the process of reviewing your strategic objectives. On that day, the senior staff will be available to give you a detailed report on each of the status of each of your objectives in your strategic plan. That begins about a 4-month process where you take that first day with that information and make determinations on what revisions or refinements you want to make to your strategic objectives. And if you want to get much more specific, like Mr. Levy has suggested this evening, you have that option. If you want to follow up on the fidelity of the school improvement plan, such as elections, that's your opportunity to do that. Instead of doing it arbitrarily month by month, there's a cycle for these things. And by doing so, it affords the opportunity for our teachers and principals and all of our parents to have that opportunity to see what direction the board is going, to then weigh in and have that discussion. Because there's some folks that aren't paying attention from one month to the next, but when you have a process where the board has multiple discussions on your strategic direction, that allows the whole community to get a sense of what direction you're going. I think we owe it to our professionals that are in the classrooms and in the buildings to not just one night show up and have an amendment, but rather to sort of play your hand out and let people know where you're going, give them the opportunity to weigh in on that, and that would be my recommendation. With that, I still stand by my original recommendation, even with the question on the right order of the Safe Schools plan and the school improvement plan. I'm willing to accept whatever risk is inherent for me in that and stand by my original recommendation.
Thank you. Are there other
I have
questions?
just a comment, and I will add that every SIT team meeting is publicly open to every parent in that school, and it is announced on a call or via email. I've gotten that, and I've also gotten a paper copy that we're having this SIT team meeting on this day. You're more than welcome to come. We encourage you to learn about our school and what we're doing. What our improvements are in our school. All through elementary till now, I've always had that happen. So it's always open to the public, and as well as they do vote for parents and teachers to be on that as well. But everyone is invited.
Yeah, I think maybe rather than questioning the fidelity of our staff to the guidelines, we investigate first. So I appreciate you asking the question since you didn't know that information, but.
Madam Chair, I'm not finished yet.
I'm just wrapping up what she has said, Mr.
Well,
Hensley.
you just said, anyway, okay. Yes.
So, by all means, what I was going to say is that I think that we need to have a little more trust in our staff that they are following the guidelines. And like I say, if you have a question about it, then by all means ask, but let's not attack them as if they are not.
Madam Chair,
So if you'd like to finish, Mr. Hensley.
I'm not attacking the staff. You're mischaracterizing what I said, and the superintendent misdirected what I said. What I've said is we're not following the general statute. And the general statute says consideration of the school components of the plan. And that means that the plan is what we're approving, and the general statute has a very specific order. And I'm sorry that the previous school boards did it in the incorrect order, but I wasn't on the previous school boards. Mr. Ramey says nobody's objecting. Well, I must be nobody because I'm on the school board and I'm objecting that we are not following the general statute that has a very specific order. And following the law, as the superintendent suggested, he said that, well, we can cover that on November 4th when we're doing our strategic plan. Following General Statute 115C-105-27, following the law has nothing to do with a strategic plan. Following the law is no slight on the faculty or staff, as the chair characterized it. What I am saying is that if the board reads the general statute, we are not following the general statute. It is very clear, prior to a vote to accept a school's improvement plan, the local Board of Education shall review the school safety components of the plan for the school in closed session. So if council or the superintendent want to suggest that a security plan reviewed in December and January was part of these plans that were developed this year, that's not That's not factually correct. Those might have been security plans of a previous school improvement plan, but those are not security plans for this school improvement plan. So people can vote how they want. I'm just saying that I'm not voting for it because I'm not going to vote to violate the general statute.
That's okay, David.
Mr. Levy?
Yeah. What I think there is here is a structural problem. Structural problem goes something like this. It's kind of pointed out by Mr. Hensley. It's kind of pointed out by the superintendent. And it is that we have this thing called a school improvement plan, but we don't know how we're going to judge the school improvements, okay? And part of that's supposed to be a safety plan, but it's not in the school improvements. And then we have these strategic goals, okay, which are out here, and we're going to work on them, okay? But that's not going to go back to take a look to see whether whether how to judge the school improvement. There have been several people here today who came and who said, you're not reading, you're reading only at 50% of grade level, okay? As a matter of fact, there are portions of at least one subgroup where we have only them on grade level something like 5% in math for one particular grade in one particular school, okay? So we've got to raise that up, and we've got to get everything pulled together. The reason why I won't vote for this school improvement plan is that it's going out 2 years, and I don't know what's going to happen in 2 years, but we can't wait 2 years to improve our schools. That's number one. Number two, we need to know and I think the schools need to know what we expect of them, and I know what the public expects. The public expects us, when we get our return of our test scores next year, to do better than 50% of the students on grade level in reading and math. And in some of our schools, 30% of the students on grade level in reading and math. That's what the public expects us to do. But until we consolidate all of these things together so that the schools know what our expectations are and the like, then we're never going to achieve that. And that's the reason why I brought my amendment. And actually, I tried to get my amendment onto the, in different form, onto the agenda. But I think, I think that it's as good a goal as we could have. And one of these days, we're going to need to go to the public and say, this is our goal. And we've either met those goals or not. And if we met those goals, they're going to reelect us. If we haven't met those goals, they're going to vote somebody else in. And that's what the public should be doing. We should be set goals, judge ourselves, and the public should judge us by those goals. And that was my attempt here today. Thank you.
Any further comments?
I was just going to say, I trust our schools. Every year they do this, they do go over all their plans to everyone. They have a public meeting about it. I'm going to vote yes for this, so.
All right, any further comments? All right, then we'll proceed to the, to vote on the motion to approve the 2021-2023 MCS school improvement plans as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-3. The plans are approved. All right, at this time, we now move to the superintendent's report.
The superintendent staff have had plenty to say over the last week, Madam Chair. You had 2 work sessions, and we're getting towards Wednesday morning here.
Yes.
So We'll forego with the
All right,
superintendent's
we'll go with
report.
board comments then, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, first off, I would like to extend my appreciation to all the school leaders and the parents that came and presented their school improvement plans. I did want to I forgot to last week, but I want to read an email from a custodian at High Falls Elementary, and I know that it's already been addressed, but I still.
Mr. Holmes, speak, I don't believe
You
you
not hear-
can, I don't believe you can read that as a personnel issue, since you've identified the sender.
Well, that's a shame. Okay, well, then that's all I have to say.
Ms. Caldwell?
I just wanted to say that I support you teachers, principals, you're doing a great job. Keep it up.
Mr. Hensley?
I have no closing comments, thank you.
Mr. Dennison?
I said enough.
Mr. Levy?
I want to say that even though I voted no on the school improvement programs, I do salute the teachers, and I do salute the principals, and everyone who worked hard on these plans. I think they're great plans. The only problem is that we need to get clearer metrics, because that's what the public wants. One other thing, I wanted to thank the people who came here today on both sides of all issues, because we showed them what decorum can do here. Everybody got their chance to speak, and it was relatively quiet and very, very peaceful. I hope that we can get into a bigger venue next time, because I believe that we had a lot of people who were out in the cold or the warmth or whatever it was today, okay? And that we should welcome them all in here so that everybody can hear what everyone has to say. Last but not least, I think we're going to have to take a very close look at our contract with Panorama. I said to the board when I opposed that contract with Panorama, I said that this was an extreme company, extreme to the left. We're giving them custody of our data. This is something which we should never do, and we should think about very long and hard. Even after we've spent this money on Panorama, and I don't think we should have spent a dime, but the money's already spent, that's it. But we should think about whether we want to continue any relationship with Panorama and with Merrick Garland and the very, very partisan administration. And we should think long and hard whether this is in the best interests of our students. And we should also thank, I thank all the people who came in here who bravely gave us their opinion, even after the Attorney General said, we're going to look at the FBI and try to investigate people who come to such meetings. I'm very proud that we did this peacefully, and we can continue our quest to exercise our First Amendment rights.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
I just want to recognize our principals. This is National Principal Month, and each one of them are just fabulous at their leadership role in their individual schools, and so just appreciate all of them for the work and the extra efforts that they do every day.
Thank you. You know, being a principal is not an 8 to 3 job by any means. I did want to just clarify one bit of information that was provided last week when we were discussing our state scores, and that is, it was mentioned that Moore Montessori, which is a local charter school and a very fine local charter school, had passed 100% of their fourth graders at reading proficiency. But after some investigation, we did note that Moore Montessori has only 10 fourth graders who were tested, and only 50% of them actually were at grade level reading proficiency. So I just want to correct that, that notice. With that, a salute again to all our principals. They give it way more than 100% if such can be done. And what?
Do we have another closed session?
Yeah, I got one more thing to say. And we are going to be going into closed session again. We will reconvene at the very end in order to adjourn, but we do not anticipate any further business being considered at the meeting. As we move into closed session, I do want to make note that if everything goes according to the decisions we've made this evening and decisions we have made in previous months, we are no longer in the real estate business. So it's good news. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to enter closed session.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.